Well, what up? What up? Salute, salute. What's good, y'all? On this Wednesday, you know what I'm saying? February 19th. What's good? What's good? Yeah, I'm just over here living, man. Doing what I do, you know what I'm saying? Doing what I does, you feel what I'm saying? What's good with y'all though, man? I'm over here just holding it down, man. Just chilling, man. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I got a couple things to talk about, a couple different topics tonight, man. We're gonna talk about all this damn stuff with these damn planes and all this wild madness and shit, man. We're gonna talk about a couple other things, you know what I'm saying? We want to talk about a couple different topics, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. So what's good with y'all, man? Shoot, Dawson chilling, man. Chilling, you know what I'm saying? About to just go over here and go in. How you doing, man? You know what I mean? About to just go in. Got a couple different stories. Couple different angles I want to cover, man. You see what I'm saying? I got a couple different things, man. And they're talking about a lot of this BS over here on the internet too. They're talking about Cynthia Erivo playing Jesus. They mad. We're gonna talk about all this foolishness. You know what I'm saying? This madness. All right, hold on, y'all. Hold on. Hold up. All right, man. So they had a plane crash today in Arizona. Another one. You know what I'm saying? This is the second plane crash in Arizona in like 3 weeks, right? So that's weird because they just had one last week. We're gonna get into that right now. So let me play this real quick. This damn plane crash in Arizona. All right. Let's see what the hell these people talking about. Yo.
Hey, what's up, man?
Salute. What's good, man? Gotta play this first video real quick.
Snowing outside. That's what's good.
Here, look at some live aerial.
You said it's snowing out there, huh?
All day.
That shit is, man. I'm telling you.
Live of it too.
Weather warfare, you know what I'm saying?
At 6 o'clock this morning, it's snowing non-stop.
I know you're like, what the fuck?
Yeah, pretty much.
I'm telling you, man, weather modification, man, you know?
Yep.
All right, so this is the first one I'm playing right here in Arizona. All right.
Footage. We are following the latest regarding a deadly plane crash at Marana Regional Airport. Here's what we know so far, courtesy of our partners at Fox 10 in Phoenix. You can see that several investigators, law enforcement officials, first responders are there on the ground, as you can also see the aftermath of that crash. Fox 10 saying this: at least 2 people are dead following a mid-air plane collision at an airport northwest of Tucson. That's according to what we heard from police earlier today. The Marana Police Department saying the crash happened February 19th, today on Wednesday, at the Marana Regional Airport, located near Avra Valley and Senderio Roads. The police writing on Facebook, quote, 2 confirmed dead, and both planes were smaller fixed-wing single-engine planes. The Federal Aviation Administration says a Lancer collided midair with a Cessna 172 just before 8:30 a.m. local time. 2 people were on board each plane. The National Transportation Safety Board will lead the investigation into this crash. We're still waiting to hear who the victims are. Their identities have not been confirmed.
So 8:30, right? They're 8 and 3?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
confirmed.
Hell no.
According to the FAA, the Marana Regional Airport is an uncontrolled field, meaning the airport does not have an operating control tower. FAA goes on to say that pilots utilize a common traffic advisory frequency to regularly announce their position to other pilots who are in the airport's vicinity. The pilot in command is responsible for maintaining safe separation from other aircraft, and pilots operated into uncontrolled fields are still required to comply with all federal aviation regulations, including minimum visibilities, minimum safety altitudes, and right-of-way rules. You can see here that they have taped off what looks to be another one of these small planes, and you can see several other small planes there in this regional airport, as the FAA has said that it is an uncontrolled airport there.
What do they mean?
But there on the screen, you can see the
Uncontrolled
aftermath as well. Perhaps some of the debris from that airplane that was involved in this crash. I do want to head out to.
What do they mean uncontrolled? So there's no so they can't control who's coming in and out. I mean, there's no flight clearance. Like, is the flight clearance the same for all vehicles, or does it matter what kind of aircraft come through there? What do they mean by that? Kind of interesting.
To some posts on X regarding the latest in this investigation. This first one from the National Transportation Safety Board newsroom saying,
Why is, you know what's weird nowadays? Back in the day, they used to give the information, or the news station used to get the letters and in the posts and stuff from in the letters and stuff like this from the company. Nowadays, they just, all these companies go straight to Twitter. It's very interesting. Go straight to social media. It's kind of weird.
Saying that TSB is investigating a mid-air collision between Cessna 172S and Lancer 360 Mk2. And we're seeing here that our team down at Fox 10 in Phoenix, they are currently speaking with some of the police and investigators on the ground. Let's take this live.
Prior to 8:30 a.m., officers from the Marana Police Department and members from the Northwest Fire District responded here to the Marana Regional Airport in reference to a report of an aircraft down. Officers arrived on scene, and it was learned that 2 aircraft were involved in the collision. Unfortunately, 2 individuals were confirmed deceased. The investigation is in the early stages and is ongoing, and the NTSB is en route to further the investigation.
Isn't today the second month? This is the second month of the year, right? So they give you 2 dead. You see what I'm saying, BJ? 2 dead in February.
Yep, 9/11.
Facts. Interesting.
Investigation.
And according to the FAA, we found out that the 2 aircraft involved, it's a Lancer aircraft and a Cessna 172. And the FAA also saying that there were 2 people on board each of the aircraft. 2 people passed. Now, the other 2 people, do we know anything about their conditions at this time?
So
From what I understand at this time is the other 2 involved are unharmed and they're doing okay.
Yeah, and again, all of this preliminary information, obviously this is happening as we speak. The FAA also describing this as an uncontrolled airspace, meaning there's no ATC control tower.
BJ, what do you think about that? How do they get these planes in and out of there if there's no tower? What do they do? There has to be something. There has to be, even if there's no tower, there still has to be some kind of air traffic control there. Do you agree or not?
You're right.
It's like, wow. See, they're going to tell you that, oh, see, I already see what they're doing. They're going to tell you, oh, no, there was no air traffic control there. Oh, no, that's the reason right there. You see what I'm saying, BJ?
Mm-hmm.
You see, we're going to jump. We're already going to jump to that being the reason. But they don't tell us. I bet you there's probably no tower there, but I bet you 99% that there has to be at least air traffic control in that building. Just because they're not in a tower doesn't necessarily mean that they're not controlling where these planes is landing. Am I right?
Mhm.
It's basically like traffic in the sky. Am I right? Like
Yep.
sky traffic. So I just want to point out how the news said that. Like, so let's see if they elaborate on if there's still some kind of air traffic control there. If there's still some kind of, if they got some kind of guidance from somebody in the building. Let's see.
Meaning pilots have to communicate to each other about their positions.
So there is no. So you mean to tell me? I really find that hard to believe that there's nothing there. I really find that believe that. Well, we're on our own. We're winging it. We're winging it. We're on our own. Here we come. We got to do this shit. We got to freestyle this shit, BJ. That's fine. I don't know. I guess maybe it is. It is. That. Maybe that really is how this protocol is. But I guess that doesn't make any sense. Of course, you're gonna get accidents. You got your pilots. Oh, fucking hard. You know what I'm saying? Leading each other and shit, bro. Like, what if the weather is? Oh, but that's Arizona. So there's that. They sometimes they do. I heard they do get snow. But I guess
Via another type of frequency. We will continue.
Then okay. So are they trying to elaborate? Because she said another kind of frequency. So
Continue to be here on scene and gather information at this time, but stay right here with Fox 10, both live on air and online for the latest details. Reporting live here in Marana, Lauren Clark, Fox 10 News.
And thank you there to reporter Lauren Clark.
let me go on to another. Let me see how somebody else reports this. Let's see how somebody else reports it. You know what I mean? We're gonna go to that plane to crash in Toronto too. I see a crisis actor right here on my screen. Let's go to this real quick. I see the crisis actors out. Oh.
Let's get you back to that breaking news we've been covering this morning as we get you new information on a deadly plane crash in southern Arizona. Authorities are telling us here at ABC 15, 2 people have died after 2 planes collided just before 8:30 this morning. Now, it happened at the Marana Regional Airport, about 20 miles north of Tucson. A total of 4 people are involved. The FAA says 2 people were on board both planes. They're not specifying just yet who was killed in the crash or if the other 2 people involved are hurt. The FAA and the NTSB are sending crews to that scene as they work to figure out exactly why it happened. Scripps News Group is there on scene sharing updates here on air and at abc15.com.
2 people dead following a mid-air collision outside of Tucson in Marana.
This marks the second airplane fatality in Arizona within 10 days. Fox 10's Lauren Clark is live.
BJ, what you think? Did she just say it? within 10 days, bro. No, there's no conspiracy there. Nah, everything's nothing to see here. Everything is all good.
Why one senator is speaking out on this, but Lauren, you also have some new information on the crash.
The same chick?
That's right, Ellen. We just have a lot of information here to break down. Investigators still on the scene, and federal investigators going to be joining them come tomorrow morning. Fellow police tape circle a damaged plane and debris as investigators try to determine the cause of a deadly crash at the Marana Airport runway. Pilot Robert Traylor warmed up his plane before he was told something happened.
But I came out to fly my little airplane. We were going to go up to Payson and have breakfast up there at the airport. And there was no indication at the West Gate that we could not fly today. Had no idea the airport was closed.
The crash happened just after 8:30 in the morning. It involved a Cessna 172S and a Lancer 360 MK2.
Compared to a real
MK Ultra. My bad. I shouldn't have mentioned that, huh? BJ, I shouldn't have said that. I should have kept playing the video. MK Ultra.
a Lamborghini or a Corvette, a really hot sports car, whereas the Cessna 172 more like a family car.
Pilot and aviation expert Reed Adon says the Cessna 172 is primarily used for training pilots, unlike the Lancer.
It'll cruise at over 200 miles an hour. So there's an example of just the speed differences.
the landing speed on the Lancer is much greater than the 172.
The NTSB believes the planes collided while the Cessna was attempting to land. Authorities say the Cessna landed without a problem, but the Lancer burst into flames. 2 people were on both planes. Of the 4, authorities say 2 walked away unharmed, seemingly from the Cessna. Yadon says the airport is an uncontrolled field, meaning it does not have an air traffic control tower. Rather, pilots communicate their positions with each other.
I'd like to point out all the recent accidents that we've had were at controlled airports. So the uncontrolled airports, there's more of them than there are controlled airports. And they're very safe way to fly.
Now, we are expecting to get some type of preliminary report in about a week from now, but we won't know a cause for many months, probably more like a year and a half as investigators go through that process.
How would you know already how long it would take? A year and a half. How could they determine that? Damn. All right, so let me go into this other one, man. BJ, what you think, man? I kind of that's just like, isn't that kind of a disaster waiting to happen if they had? But then I guess they don't really snow too much in Arizona, though. So.
Let's get you back to that breaking news we've been covering this morning as we get you new information on a deadly plane crash in southern Arizona. Authorities are telling us here at ABC 15.
What you think about that, man? It's kind of weird. It's like, what if they had? Okay, what if that was in another state that snowed? Like, how do you not have air traffic control on the scene? It's weird at an airport. It's like, This is like not having no not having no stoplights and shit. Not having no kind of interesting.
It's It goes to show you, man, that you got a lot of stuff that's going on in there.
Facts.
Like I said, it's 9/11, man.
The Padres baseball season is almost here, San Diego.
The Padres.
And tickets for the 2025 season are on sale now. Visit Padres.
Let's go right now to John Nelson. He was a passenger on the plane. John, thank you so much for being with us. We're so glad you're okay. I mean, who would have known that you were in a plane crash a few hours ago? It's unbelievable. You have video that you recorded. We've been watching. Tell us when you first realized something was the matter.
Yeah, it was a typical flight from Minneapolis to Toronto. And we were coming in, and I did notice that, like, the winds were super gusty. The snow had kind of blown over the runways. And so coming in, it just, it was routine, but like it was noticeable that the runways were kind of in a weird condition. And when we hit, it was just a super hard, like I hit the ground and the plane went sideways. And I believe we skidded like on our side and then flipped over on our back. Where we ended up, there was like a big fireball out the left side of the plane. And when we got finished, it was I was upside down. Everybody else was there as well. Thankfully, everybody was okay. But we tried to get out of there as quickly as possible. And then shortly thereafter, I got done filming the video. There was another explosion, but luckily the firefighters got out of there.
They were there quickly, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Bro, does he look like he been into a plane crash, bro? Seriously, BJ, this dude looks like a boy from Weekend at Bernie's. He looks like that dude. But anyway, he looks like one of the motherfuckers from Weekend at Bernie's. But look, looking like dude from that movie Mannequin and shit. But check this out. How do you just? It don't make sense. So how do you describe it like that? Okay, all of a sudden it was a fireball on the left side of the plane. All of a sudden. The plane's upside down, huh? Bro, what the fuck? That don't even sound right, bro. Fireball, and then all of a sudden the plane's upside down. Oh, gee, shit. Little do we know the fucking plane's upside down. We're just chilling with the plane upside down. Oh, on our necks, on our heads. Like, bro, come on. You ain't got no neck brace on. You ain't got no Band-Aid. Look, BJ, No kind of minor injury or nothing. Huh? He just good.
Man, you
Bro,
good, man.
come on. You fucking come on, bro. The plane falls on fucking upside down on his fucking back, bro. You're gonna be injured, bro. Because if that's the case, you're gonna land on your head, right?
Right.
Everybody would land on the head. I don't know, dude. They look at it, cool. He's smiling, and see, this is how you know what these events, right? I mean, of course, people would say, "Oh shit, of course he's smiling. He's glad to be alive." Right? That's a good point. But at the same time, why in most of these cases, if it's a shooting, it don't matter. Any kind of crisis, these mugs always either smile or start laughing. It's very interesting. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm just thinking too much into it. It's always they always smiling.
So where were you seated in the plane?
I was in like row 10 of the plane, so just front of the wing.
And did you see the wing come off?
No, by that point we were being tossed around. I was just trying to hold on to everything at that point.
And how did you get yourself out of your seatbelt? And did everyone stay in their seatbelts that you could tell? Was everyone hanging upside down? Had anyone slipped out of their seatbelts?
Yeah, I mean, it was mass chaos. I was upside down. The lady next to me was upside down.
BJ, does it sound right? Something sound kind of weird with the story, or
He got a lot of he got a lot of scenarios, man.
why was it only him and if everybody was upside down? Why was only him and the woman upside down? Why did you just say that? How come that's kind of weird. So that means some people wasn't upside down. That sounds like something a crisis actor would say.
You're right.
You list two people or one person, you know what I'm saying, or another person or another group of people. You link them into it, and that basically lets me know they're the crisis actors too. All of them are really, but it was kind of interesting how you said that.
We kind of let ourselves go and fell to hit the ceiling, which is surreal feeling. And then everybody was just like, get out, get out, get out. We could smell like jet fuel. Even now I smell like jet fuel. And then we just crawled out the back of the airplane. The firefighters, the EMTs were there right away.
Was anyone injured? I mean, what did you see? We know there were some injuries. What was it like?
What?
Chaos. There was injuries. There was
makes sense what she said.
hurt individuals. Yeah, I mean, it's just all the emotional roller coaster that you go through, but things you hope you don't see again, right?
How are you feeling?
Bro, does that sound like she read from
stressed, nervous?
Bro, this does not sound genuine, bro. Why did she say it? Like, how are you feeling? That's really, bro, that don't sound like a genuine question. That sounds like some shit that you just read.
Shaky still.
No, I think you're nervous because he's on TV. And you got to keep up with the script. That was weird, huh?
Sorry, John, you cut out for just a second.
That was weird, bro. Whoa. Bro, why didn't they just edit that out? Why didn't they edit that? How come they didn't edit it out? That shit look weird right there, bro. Oh, you just cut out real quick on national TV, bro?
I was asking you how you felt, and you'd said that you're feeling really shaky. And we can pick that.
Was she telling him what to say, or is she asking him? BJ?
Tell him
what to say? Or she asked him?
Up from you. You must be very stressed from this.
Yeah, a lot of stress. It's amazing that we're still here.
I don't know, BJ, man. Yo, come on, bro. This shit is like, come on, bro.
So,
Bro.
hope to not do that again.
And
Huh?
it really is amazing, and that's what experts have been telling us. When you landed with
Nobody, where's the video at? BJ? What's happening at the airport? Where's the video? No video, but you just got see they could have BJ, they could have planted that there. You know what I'm saying? They could have put that there, dude.
Right.
That looked like a truck with a crane right there on it, on top of it. All you need is a crane. You know what I'm saying? Place that motherfucker there real quick. Couple of photos. Because it's weird how there's no video. It's kind of interesting. You know what I'm saying?
the hard landing and went to the side, and then the plane was upside down. Did that all happen very quickly? And what did that physically feel like for you as you were being tossed around?
Yeah, I mean, it's, it happens so quickly, right? There's this like giant like pop crack, it's this like super loud bang kind of thing happens. And then everything just goes literally sideways. And it happens so fast that I just remember like kind of pulling myself in and trying not to hit my head against anything. And luckily our flight attendants and everything were.
But if you don't know, if you don't know what kind of impact or which way the plane is going, how could you place your body anywhere? You wouldn't know what was going on. How would you know?
Helpful for us. So they are signaling me that I do need to move on. But is there anything else?
Just really.
Did you hear that, BJ? Who's signaling him to move on from what? From the interview? Damn, his handler? Okay, right.
Really quickly, do you know why the plane flipped? Do you know did it feel like it dipped one way or the other with the wing?
I don't know. I'm no expert on that one. I will let them figure it out.
BJ, this shit was burnt, huh? This shit was crazy, man. I'm no expert, bro. You was in the fucking plane. Then nobody told you what happened. You didn't ask, like, hey, bro. You didn't ask nobody. You didn't ask none of them fucking paramedic or the emergency crews. You didn't ask no one what happened. You didn't ask to see camera footage. None of that shit. Wow. Okay. Interesting. Okay, let's go. I get it. He's shooken up. He's nervous. Okay. That's common human instinct. Let's go.
It feels like snow, wind, hard landing, all of it together.
And have you talked to your family? Are you going to see them?
I'll see them hopefully tomorrow.
Oh, John, that's not soon enough, but I'm so glad you're going to see them. I'm so glad that you're with us. And thank you so much for joining us tonight. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to bring in now Aaron Murphy. He's a commercial pilot, a flight instructor, and he's with us tonight.
Bro. You can't make this up, Joe.
Hear some of what John was saying there in that interview. Were you able to hear that?
I heard John's words loud and clear, and there's nothing quite as harrowing as listening to someone's first account of a situation such as this, where you've walked away from something that you were probably sure it was the end. And I'm so happy that so many people walked away from this one. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And I know you say that this was a completely routine flight until the very final seconds before landing. It seems like that's what we've heard, maybe kind of gusty. We heard that from John. Another passenger said he felt like it was very normal. Can you talk to us, though, about what wind conditions were like and what pilots would have been dealing with as they were landing here?
Absolutely, Brianna. Cut me off if you need to. I tend to drone on a little bit about these things. This is an environmental factors accident today, which will also have layers of human factors and procedure and training. Every single accident has those three things in them always. Very demanding, very challenging conditions today at the Pearson Airport. We had winds from the numbers that I saw around the time of the arrival, 270 at 25, gusting to 40 to 35. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a few gusts that got in there over 45, maybe even 50 knots, just at the time when the RJ was touching down, which would be that very critical moment in the phase of flight for sure.
And so the snow component, with the snow over the runways, and it was even visible to passengers, what kind of difficulty does that pose?
The Pearson equipment, the snow removal equipment at Pearson would have been out probably for 4 days straight, because we've had something like, I think we've had 25 to 30 inches or more of snow. That doesn't sound like a lot of snow for a lot of people, in other places in North America. But those equipment operators would have been going around and around the runways, trying to make those runways as safe as possible. And I would expect that in the very last seconds of landing, there could have been a strong gust, which would have brought quite a bit of blowing snow across the runway, possibly limiting the pilot's view of the runway while they were landing in the very final seconds of touchdown, maybe the last 20 or even 10 seconds. So environmental factors are playing a large role in this.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sure. You know what I'm saying? Interesting stuff, man. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep updated with these all these plane crashes, man. I think it's kind of weird. I don't think it's good. It could be some warfare kind of stuff. I don't know, man. It could be psyops. It could be, you know what I'm saying? It could be false flag events. This could be. I don't know, man. What the hell, man? Shortage. So I don't know. Pilots supposedly. I don't know what the hell. Man, this shit is weird. At least I'm gonna admit I don't know in this one. You know what I'm saying? But now they talking about the plane today collided in midair with another plane. Wow.
They say 87 of them happened.
What, this year already?
Yeah.
87. Isn't Donald Trump 78?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Isn't Joe Biden 78?
No. He not 78. He like 81, 82.
Oh, okay. I know he was 78 when he was the first term, I think. I mean that second term. But I know I don't know though, man. I just think this is, I don't know, man. I think it's strange that multiple planes are falling off the damn sky. It's kind of weird. So we'll keep posted on that, man. So I'm gonna talk about my three compilation. Y'all want to see the three compilation? I call it the three compilation: the three suspects or the three victim compilation. So I'm gonna show you two videos straight back to back, two different you know what I'm saying, places in America where they had either three victims or three suspects. You know what I'm saying? Check it out. This is the first one.
We had a bold armed robbery of an armored truck crew Friday morning. Happened on Mitchell Road in Whitehaven. Look at those guys with those guns. Fox 13's Jeremy Pierre joining us live where this happened. And JP, this was bold, played out right there in broad daylight.
Yeah, broad daylight. As traffic drove down South 3rd and Mitchell, cars were moving all over the place. And let me tell you, it all took place right here at the First Horizon ATMs right here as an armored truck and an armored truck guard loaded the ATM. You can see right here in this very nerve-wracking video, you can only imagine how that armored truck guardsman felt. Now, this morning, Memphis police say all three of those masked men with rifles drove off in a white Nissan Altima. According to police, the men took a large amount of cash. You can see them taking those large black boxes. That's what the cash is. Investigators did manage to find the Altima shortly after the robbery. We did some digging and learned Friday's robbery is one of two from last week. The Memphis Police Department actually investigated in this area. Now, there are several businesses.
Okay, that's the truck.
On this lot, we're right next door to the old historic Crystal Palace. For those of you who are not familiar with this area, but let me tell you, this is very scary stuff right here, because again, you see them with those long rifles, broad daylight. Of course, right now we're working to gather information as to where Memphis police are in this investigation. However, if you have any information that can possibly help them, obviously these men are masked. You're urged to call the Memphis Police Department at 901 or Crime Stoppers at 901-528-CASH.
Yeah, that's pretty.
Cash. VJ, what you think about that? How that look to you?
Very suspicious.
It looks. What you think? What you think? What was your first thought, man, when you seen it?
Like I said, I just looked at it very suspicious, man, but I just think that a lot of these stories so fabricated we can see right through them.
Back. True. Yeah, because so did they? How they even know did they catch this dude? I mean, obviously they had to plan that. So what coincidence that they just happened to catch them in the right place at the right time? I'm like, okay. But my thing is, why was those things in the box? So I was confused because did he put those black boxes in, and then they put the guns to his head, and he left them in there, and then they took them, and it's like it's kind of interesting. I don't know. I was like, but you're right. A lot of these, it does seem fabricated, man. Let me get one more angle real quick. Just the angle.
Large black boxes. That's what the cash is. Investigators.
Why are they stopping the tape? Why are they stopping the tape like that? Doing that?
Did manage to find the Altima shortly after the robbery.
Doing that, like freezing in. You see that? They keep doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Why are they? So
robbery. We did some digging and learned Friday's robbery is one of two from last week. The Memphis Police Department actually investigated in this area. Now, there are several businesses on this lot. We're right next door to the old historic Crystal businesses on this lot. This department actually investigated in this area.
So who's recording? Wait up, hold up. Why would you be doing the recording of this car if you don't know they're gonna rob you? VJ.
Mm-hmm.
Why would they have the camera on this car if they don't know what's gonna happen? Why is the camera? I'm confused. Is this the body? What? Is this the cop body cam or what? Who's filming this? Am I right?
You're right.
If you don't know the car is going to come up and rob you, why are you? Interesting.
Now, there are several businesses on this lot. We're right next.
And they got the other angle. So did they actually film the car going around and then stop? That was weird.
Still right next door to the old historic Crystal Palace. For those of you who are not familiar with this area, but let me tell you, this is very.
So this one is the 3 suspects, okay?
Scary stuff right here, because again, you see them with those long rifles, broad daylight. Of course, right now we're working to gather information as to where Memphis police are in this investigation. However, if you have any information that can possibly help them, obviously these men are masked. You're urged to call the Memphis Police Department at 901 or Crime Stoppers at 901-528-CASH.
How they know
That's
they
pretty
last?
bold, Jerry.
No. Boy, I tell you.
Jeremy Pierre, live for us there in Whitehaven.
All right. Hold up. Let me see. Very interesting. I got another one too. So now this is 3 victims now, okay? You just seen 3 suspects. You see where I'm getting at, DJ? We just seen a story with 3 suspects. Now we're about to see a story with 3 victims. Look how the news does. Look how they do that number. These stories with 3. Come on, man. This shit. Yeah.
Joy Addison joins us now to unpack what happened in the other incidents.
We now know that the most recent of those 5 shootings happened right here on the corner of McGregor and Scott Street. Police say 2 men were arguing at the gas pump when one pushed the other. That man then took out a gun and shot the man that pushed him, killing him. Texas Southern Police were on the scene first and later HPD. We know that man was pronounced dead here at the scene. Jaywan just unpacked that other shooting that happened on Zen Drive that was also fatal. Now let's unpack the other 3 that have happened over the last couple days. Police say last night a family on Bradfield Manor were having a birthday party when a neighbor started arguing with several people there, took out a gun and shot at everyone standing in the driveway, hitting the homeowner. A few of the people attending the party shot back at 63-year-old James Thompson. Both the homeowner and Thompson were taken to the hospital and are okay. Then later last night, near downtown, just before midnight, police say a man in his 30s was shot in his stomach by a woman he was dating. This happened during a disturbance between the 2. We do not know his condition at this time, but police say he was conscious and speaking with officers before he was taken to the hospital. Next, on Bagby Street, police say just after 1 a.m. this morning, a man was breaking into cars. The owner of one of those cars and a group of friends confronted him, which led to a physical altercation during the fight. The man being confronted pulled out a gun and started shooting, killing one 21-year-old man. Another man, age 22, was shot in his upper body and then transported to a nearby hospital. People who live in the area where that shooting happened say the car break-ins are a major issue and more patrol across the city is needed.
Every day you can see glasses in the street, and once in a while you can see the car actually with the window broken all around the block on the street, and then in the other of the streets around you can always see, like every day you will see glasses, you will see at least one car with broken window. It's very usual here.
So I think it would be better if they had a little bit more of the police that ride the bikes. I've seen a couple of those, but those are better. You can have more of those and just come frequently in more of the smaller roads. I think it needs to be more so in the odd hours of the evening, and especially when there's a lot of people. That should be increased.
We now know that the man accused of firing those shots at the birthday party has since been charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 1 count of tampering with evidence. As far as I know that the man accused of firing those shots at the birthday party has since been charged with 3 counts of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 1 count of tampering with evidence. As far as the Bagby Street shooting, police say that suspect fled the scene. They're looking for a man that stands about 6 foot tall and has dreadlocks with yellow or gold tips on the end. Now, for this shooting, police also say that suspect fled in a white Nissan. They're looking for a man that they say had on a gray hoodie, light blue shorts, and black and white shoes.
You know what the crazy thing about it is? The crazy thing about it is that first story, that robbery story I should have showed, they had a white Nissan. Oh, interesting. But you know what I'm saying? It just, man, these stories, man. These stories, man. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Well, okay, this happened last week. I had to play this psyop right here too. I had to get this in there. Uh-oh.
That video appears that a U-Haul pulled up right here on South Cooper Court here behind me with an Evendale police officer right in front of it. Now, just to put things into perspective, this was right in front of the Lockland Educational Annex you see there behind me. There were students there. Now, the Lockland superintendent says they were aware of the demonstration happening over in Evendale, but they had no idea they'd made it here to Lockland.
Not only were they here 4 minutes from dismissal of every preschool through fourth grade student that we serve in our school district.
Lockland school leaders are on edge after a U-Haul believed to be holding a group of armed demonstrators were right outside their doors. Video provided by Lockland Schools shows an Evendale police officer and U-Haul getting off the exit of I-75 in Lockland just before 3 o'clock Friday afternoon. The officer then
3 o'clock? Well, no. Hit us with that 3 again?
pulls down South Cooper Court right next to the Lockland Educational Annex. The officer gets out of his cruiser and talks to occupants in the truck. Lockland superintendent says they weren't notified by police.
And in the event that we knew that there was a dangerous situation on any of our campuses, specifically that day, we would have immediately.
Well, come on, you see motherfuckers riding around a fucking U-Haul truck on a fucking campus, on a school campus. Does that look out of the ordinary or not? Why the fuck are motherfuckers riding around in a U-Haul truck on school? That doesn't look out of the fucking ordinary. Come on, man. Y'all can play. Y'all can't do everybody like that, man. Shit, I mean, BJ, does that look out of the ordinary? Why are you riding around in a U-Haul truck on a school campus? And the cop, okay, nothing to see here. Bunch of white skinhead looking motherfuckers and shit with fucking, you know what I'm saying? In a U-Haul, all piled up in a U-Haul truck. Okay. Going about your day. Fuck out of here, man. This shit sounds like some crisis actor shit to me.
Locked down our campus.
Lockland Chief Michael Ott says Evendale police never notified them that the group was in Lockland.
Clearly, we would have notified the school if we had that information.
What? I thought y'all already knew that they was in from. Bro, didn't these motherfuckers get chased? See, this is how much of a psyop this is. Didn't they already get chased by some niggas on the bridge? They already got chased, and then I thought the police escorted them out. Didn't you remember this story right the other day, BJ, a couple weeks ago, where the police supposed to be escorted the motherfuckers away in Ohio, the skinhead or Nazi motherfuckers? Then how would they not? How would you not have no information if y'all escorted them out? Y'all knew the vehicle and the fucking description. And why would you let these niggas ride away in a fucking U-Haul truck? I didn't know that. I didn't know human beings could ride inside a U-Haul truck, bro. In the back of the I didn't know you could do that. Damn, that shit is a psyop, dude. We really believe this shit? BJ, if you a cop, wouldn't you fucking pull over and interrogate motherfuckers riding around in a fucking U-Haul truck? Yes or no?
You're right.
Even when you move, you people aren't riding in the truck, bro. BJ, I know you've helped people move. I know y'all move. You know what I'm saying? BJ. When motherfuckers get done, do motherfuckers go inside the truck, close the fucking thing, and the motherfuckers, and then whoever else is in the front drives off with the motherfuckers in the back of the truck? Dude, hell no, nah. Bro. This is so staged. BJ, do you see where I'm getting at? Mm-hmm. This cop was like, "Oh, we didn't even know, bro. I thought y'all escort, bro." So you mean to tell me this was days after, bro? You mean to tell me you a fucking cop on the beat in Ohio? You didn't hear about these niggas getting chased out, these racist fools getting chased out by these black people on the bridge inside it and then riding it. Why would the police even let them ride away and inside the fucking truck? Man, let me stop it, bro. Let's keep going. But I see why they put these outrageous sounding stories out there, because I think people think it outrageously. People outrageously believe this bullshit. So
at 3 o'clock, the Evendale
did she say it again?
police officer pulls off.
They said it again at 3 o'clock again.
2 minutes later, the U-Haul pulls out of the parking lot. This school let out at 3:05.
Okay, she said it again. Bam, bam, 33. Bam, 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 bam. I didn't even know she was gonna say it again. Boom, boom. Vita, did she say it again? That's 33 or no?
Yeah, she said it again, man.
Like, why did she say it right after she just said it? Oh, because she had to let the at least know what time it was, what kind of operation this is.
5. The Laughlin School Board is now calling for an independent third-party review.
Third party?
Of the actions of the Laughlin and Evendale police departments that afternoon.
The safety and security of our students were both compromised last week as a result of this incident. And our Board of Education and myself as the superintendent, we cannot take that lightly.
I emailed Evendale Chief Tim Holloway and stopped by the police.
Why are you not questioning the fucking cop that was there on your campus that let these motherfuckers go? Oh, nothing to see here. Let me just let these motherfucking white boys ride around in the U-Haul truck on a school campus. Let me just let them go. The fuck?
Police department this afternoon to ask him about the video. I was told he was not available for an interview. The Laughlin chief says an after-action review is underway amongst Laughlin and Evendale Police and the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office.
We're working with all local law enforcement agencies just to fully investigate what happened, so that we can work together to make sure something like that doesn't happen again.
The Laughlin School Board did release a full statement. We have that right now on local12.com. Just click on my story.
Why are they still riding around in that fucking U-Haul truck anyway? Wasn't this happened days ago? Shaq, what up? This happened like a week ago. Why are they still riding around that fucking truck? And as a matter of fact, don't you have to return U-Haul trucks in a certain amount of fucking days anyway?
I ain't never had a UL truck past 10 hours before.
Bro, you can't have that shit past fucking, bro. Jack, I know you've moved before, bro. You cannot have a U-Haul truck for fucking days like that. These motherfuckers be, man, boy, I tell you, these motherfuckers be lying, boy.
On the home page.
And you know you can look the shit up and track where what office it came from and who fucking rented it anyway. These motherfuckers full of shit.
You will also find the surveillance video the district released today. Thanks for checking out.
Surveillance video? What? A cop seen the motherfucker over there and let them go, let the niggas go. But what else do you need to fucking know? Boy, I tell you, boy, these motherfuckers are full of shit. That shit is funny, man. Shaq, what's good? What up, man? We over here getting to the okay. You know what? Let me go and play some of this, man. Let me play like 5 minutes of this industry hoax, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me put y'all up on something real quick, man. You know what I mean? This is for the entertainment purposes, because I know some people might get bored of the information, you know what I'm saying, that we put down and stuff. So but this is the information and entertainment. Let's go. I'm gonna play 5 minutes of this. Maybe 10. Shout out to Industry Hoax. Check out the channel. Subscribe to Industry
Mainstream media was giving you all the clues, admitting this makes no legal sense. I say that not as a Trump supporter. I don't support Trump. Think of P. Diddy and many others. That is when the idea of concurrent civil suits winning where criminal ones failed comes from. Even this page is spinning the law, telling you that in a civil suit, the jury only needs to believe there is a greater than 50% chance the claims are true. Nope, that isn't what preponderance of evidence means. Or it wasn't in the old days before the CIA took over the courts and definitions. It is true that a web search on this now leads to a bunch of places giving you that 51% definition from some scholars, but in the old days it wasn't defined like that. Those alleged scholars or recent fake scholars are paid to say that. Just think about it. It makes no sense, does it? Would a legal system, criminal, civil, or otherwise, really base itself on something so stupid as a 51% rule? With life as uncertain as it is, do you really think courts or juries are going to award multi-million-dollar settlements based on a difference of 2%?
That's stupid! Use your common sense!
So what human could even weigh evidence that accurately? It is absurd on the face of it. They won't even allow those from poverty-stricken neighborhoods on shows like Deal or No Deal for a shot at $1 million. Just so you know, the lady accusing Trump is Jean Carroll. She was Miss Indiana University in 1963 and Miss Cheerleader USA. In 1965 she appeared on To Tell the Truth. Ironic.
Get the likes up.
We then had a
Now.
nearly 20-year gap in her bio when, in the mid-80s, she began writing for SNL. In 1993 she landed an advice column in Elle magazine. Why? What were her qualifications for giving anyone advice in 1993? Are SNL writers or ex-cheerleaders gurus now? Is that where you want to go for your information? Carroll was married to black journalist John Johnson, though Johnson's wiki bio has nothing to say about Carroll. But tying into our research here, we find Johnson was the WABC reporter on the fake O.J. Simpson case. He also covered the staged Attica prison riot. Yes, the tangled webs these people weave. If you still don't think Jean Carroll is an agent, you should know that she titled her 2019 memoir What Do We Need Men For? A Modest Proposal, which pretty much says it all. The modest proposal bit is an implication that men are good for nothing but being ground up into dog food, the reference being Jonathan Swift's famous Modest Proposal. So this is a men are pigs, split the sexes thing again. Carroll has been working on this project for most of her life, since they admitted her Elle column was constantly telling women they didn't need men. If you are a man, maybe you should consider a class action lawsuit against Carroll and her publishers and CIA handlers for assault, libel, emotional distress, and civil rights violations. Shouldn't be too hard to find a preponderance of evidence for that. You should also realize that the Donald Trump controversy was staged mostly to promote Carroll and help sell this wretched book. Everything Trump do is staged. We are supposed to believe the jury also found Trump had defamed Carroll by calling her crazy and saying he wasn't attracted to her.
Then he said terrible things about me. Dragged me through the mud, ground my face in the dirt. It was horrible.
Really? I have news for you. The standard for defamation in the US is way higher than that. If the standard were low enough to justify this finding, all of society would collapse under the weight of defamation lawsuits. The late night talk shows would have to give up all commentary, SNL would be over.
Bro, you see that? The preponderance or whatever of the case. So that's why these people, these females go at a civil trial versus a criminal trial, because the preponderance of evidence would be lower. For example, she would only have to prove 50% to the jury for her to win. 50%, bro, that ain't shit. Half. So you basically have to prove the truth to these people, bro, for you to win. Versus a criminal trial and criminal case would be way more. You would have to prove without a belief or shadow of it, beyond reasonable doubt. See what I'm saying? BJ, you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's why these females are going, if you notice, that's why they're suing them instead of going and taking them to criminal trial.
And Living Color would have never made it out of the pilot episode.
He is so damn ugly. He's even ugly on the phone.
All opinion segments in the news would have to end, The View would be defunct, and CNN and MSNBC would be put in receivership. The jury did throw out the charge of but found that Trump had battered and Carol 3 decades ago. Really? How did Carol's team prove
Three decades?
that? With what preponderance of evidence? The stories don't provide even a single stick was thrown. What evidence could there be 30 years later? Does she still have some old bruises from 1993? Since her story is that she was by Trump in a dressing room in under 3 minutes, there can be no possible evidence of that 30 years later. The whole
33? Under 3 minutes, 30 years later?
They call that a quickie rape. My bad. I'm not trying to poke fun if this is a serious matter, but
Yeah, good. He's breaking it down. That shit she's lying. That lady lying, bro. These people be lying. You know what I'm saying? The preponderance of evidence that's why it's lower in a criminal suit. You would have to, you would have to prove less for them to believe you, for you to still win in a civil suit versus in a criminal trial. You would have to believe, really, you know what I'm saying, prove without a reasonable doubt. You see what I'm saying? That you're fucking right, and that the person did that to you, and that would be hard for these motherfuckers. They're lying and they're grifters.
whole story is ridiculous. She would need tape, pictures, a confession, or eyewitness testimony.
AI, look, it's supposed to be trouble in bed. Look, they stupid shit. AI is burnt out, bro. AI is sick, man. This AI you got to be careful with this. And they put you at a scene of a crime, nigga. BJ, you what I said?
Mm-hmm.
This AI put you in the scene. Look, is that supposed to be trouble in the bed? BJ, that's burnt, bro. Wow.
And we are not told there was any of that. If there had been any of that, her lawyers wouldn't have had to bring in a bunch of other crazy lying ladies to tell their stories. Which is exactly why those stories aren't normally admissible as evidence. They are exactly as unverifiable as Carol's story. The courtroom is a venue for verifiable evidence, not for airing old grievances. This is not storytelling hour.
Storytelling hour. Yo, BJ, that's a fact, bro. They be coming with some stupid shit. They be saying some, oh, well, he didn't really like me. What does any of that shit got to do with what's the evidence that he did something? Fuck all this bullshit. You know what I'm saying? This old pitter pat, titty tat, tit for tat.
If there is no evidence, there can be no preponderance of evidence.
No questions.
You may step down.
With these new projects, all that is out the window. In these CIA dummy courts, they have completely rewritten all the rules of law, and you no longer have people testifying under cross-examination. Instead, you have a long line of family members and friends giving emotional speeches before, during, and after proceedings. You have people involved in the trial giving interviews to the media during the trial. You have the judge televised saying ridiculous things like forbidding mentioning the Constitution in court. It is an absolute clown show, staged not only for people who have never studied the law, but for people who can't spell law. Only an absolute sleepwalking zombie would believe anything now being reported.
These people are sick, bro. You know what? I see why they do this. And see, the OJ was the first time they really start doing that. Like, okay, no, it was the Menendez. No, Menendez, my bad. I think Menendez brothers came before OJ. It was a minute, and then it was Ted Bundy. What it says on the thing, you're not supposed to, BJ, you worked in the system. You're not supposed to have cameras in the court at all. Bro, come on, man. Under what exception, bro?
Reported in the news.
And guess what? They started talking about the Menendez brothers again recently, right? The Menendez brothers. What's the other dude with the SWAT squad? Charles Manson. They start talking about him again in the news. These motherfuckers slick, man. I see what they do. There's patterns with these motherfuckers, man.
It's all a script to divide us. There's the women are pigs part of the script, while there is also the men are pigs part. Both work together to split the sexes and split the country. Remember that the media is owned by, can you tell me? That's right, the very rich, the greedy capitalists. So the very rich need your eyes off them, and on fake white fake celebrity cases, fake celebrity controlled female rap.
Yo.
Women have gone crazier than most because they have been targeted psychologically more than most. Especially within the black community. Think of how they promote the negative images of women.
She said, something ain't right. I said, oh man. She said, oh man, the building is on fire. Man, them jokers was big. Size of a quarter doggone. He said, kapooyah, kapooyah. And your boy that hell just came in. I looked at opened my door and I looked out my door and started hitting me in my head. I took off running, ran to my restroom, and then I called my mama to see was she all right.
It's upsetting me and my homegirl because we feel like, well, damn, if you can't go to Bella Noche's, where the hell could you go?
Bro, yeah, nah, man. Bro, they be doing our black women fucked up on that. That's fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
They do be doing some wild shit, though.
So what's the perception to there's just some guy named Brad and shit. You're not from the community. What is your fucking perception? What is another bougie but black motherfucking perception on that shit? What is the perception of that, putting that out there on the media like that? That's why the motherfuckers in Africa be looking like that, looking crazy in Africa and acting like that. Like a bunch of assholes. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
looking their eyes and shit.
Bro, what the bro?
Poking their lips out and shit. Come on, what you talking about? What you talking about? What you talking about?
Bro, why?
Hey,
they do be
women
doing
like,
that.
hey.
Bro,
Like, what the fuck?
I'm about to play a clip off the Hollywood Shuffle on the wall, bro. But look, why would them black women see? And the reporters, that's not right. The reporters, I blame both, but I blame the reporters for you know, that's fuck. I mean, I blame them. Everybody's out of order. We're out of order. They're out of order. Everybody's fucking out of order. You know what I'm saying?
Spotlighting outrageous men dressed like women, propping up overly ghetto females, and then Jewish writers create shows, movies, and commercials easier than most because they have been targeted psychologically more than most. Especially within the black community. Think of how they promote the negative images of women.
She said, something ain't right. I said, oh man. She said, oh man, the building is on fire. Man, them jokers was big. Size of a quarter doggone. He said, kapooyah, kapooyah. And your boy that hell just came in. I looked at opened my door and I looked out my door and started hitting me in my head. I took off running, ran to my restroom, and then I called my mama to see was she all right.
It's upsetting me and my homegirl because we feel like, well, damn, if you can't go to Bella Noche's, where the hell could you go?
Spotlighting outrageous men dressed like women, propping up overly ghetto females, and then Jewish writers create shows, movies, and commercials with that character. This is all a part of the plan to make the woman look bad. The CIA and other institutions, including the big ones like Rockefeller, Carnegie, Ford, and Gates have, as part of Operation Chaos, targeted women and liberals above all others. Men are targeted in the gender wars, even using other puppet celebrities to assist them.
We have seen powerful men in Hollywood.
Nobody talk about the dude. Let the dude grope him or grab his joint. Ooh, oh.
What your boy say? Gazy and Rockefeller.
That's why he be getting so many roles nowadays, though. Damn, he let the dude grab him up. Ooh. Damn, bro. This industry gold, bro. Terry Crews, we know what you did last summer, man.
So hold on. The man is a private, right?
Mm-hmm.
Follow me, Frank. I just got this. I just got this epiphany. The man, they say, oh, the private, right? The man is the private parts.
Mm-hmm.
The woman is the public parts. Pubic, public, you get it? Damn. Private and public go together. Pubic and privates go together.
Man, facts. Sometimes the privates come together in public.
That's what I'm saying.
Man, I'm telling you. Niggas be scared. These broads, sometimes these broads, they be escalating, they be doing shit like being doing. You think it's the men that shit. They broad be that's their fantasy and shit. Like one to literally getting off on that shit. Let's do something in public, like fuck around and get arrested for some shit like that. Fuck that.
Yeah, they make their privates public.
But see, if if a cop is an asshole, he could motherfuckers when you do shit like that, even pissing or something out in public, they can get you, or excuse me, going to the bathroom in public and stuff like that, they can get you for a decent exposure, bro. And they could even give it to where you have to register as an offender, bro. Hell no, that's all bad. That's crazy. Like, what about homeless people, bro? Like, what if there's nowhere to go to the bathroom? How does that work and shit? Like, huh? Damn, dude. I don't know about in every state, but I know out here in California it's like that. You know what I'm saying?
But psychologically, women have been targeted earlier, more directly. Men have been targeted physically and psychologically.
Isn't that what's named son? Damn, that's what's named son. That's Dwayne Wade's son, dog. That's Bird, bro. Still BJ. Damn, bro. Wow.
The targeting has been more on the surface. Physically.
Oh, damn, they messing with the sperm. Dude, with this with the food. Oh.
Men have had their sperm count.
I don't see the Democrats on that shit, dude. All this shit, dude, all this time, dude. Like, I don't see neither side is not tripping on none of these issues and shit. I noticed that. That's a serious issue right there, man. You fucking come on, that's diabolical. That's population control. I see it though.
Counts targeted. They have also been targeted with fluoride, estrogen, and other things. They have also been attacked for destroying their relationships. In this way, men are attacked through the loss of women. In other words, women are driven crazy, men lose them, then the men collapse, either physically or mentally. But the women were the first and primary target, you see. Men were the secondary target since they would be brought down through the loss of women. The world and our way of thinking is scripted. They tricked you out of your thoughts.
Watch some TV. I gotta watch some TV. HBO and TV. PBS and A&E.
1 year we are told one thing and the next year we are told the opposite. 1 year a word means X and the next year it means not X.
That's true. That's like with these fucking weird ass fucking DEI and all these weird ass buzzwords that they CI coded words that they make up. Motherfucking woke and shit, all this shit. You know what I'm telling you?
1 year eggs are healthy, the next year they are unhealthy. 1 year Bill Cosby is a hero, the next year he is a 1 decade the earth is going to freeze from global cooling, the next it is going to drown from global
warming. Come on now. You see how they get us? Shaq, you see how they do us?
Warming. 1 decade the Democratic Party was the party of the common man, the next the Republican Party was. Women's sports should not be interfered with. Well, no, they should be open to Women are more open to psyops. They may be less guarded, more emotional, and more social. This makes them easier for intelligence to target them. In fact, why not influence men to become women and then run the same projects over and over? But it isn't just a matter of greater susceptibility, since intelligence knows how to craft a message to an audience. Eyes and energies have to be diverted into an endless line of manufactured events and online characters.
Yeah, he did a dope ass mix with that shit, with that music.
Then they got that old one from what's that nigga name? DJ Screw. He got that old DJ Screw mix on it, don't it?
Hell yeah.
Where it do from?
He slowed that shit down.
Screwed up. Yeah, he got that screwed up on it, bro.
Tight.
What you know about that DJ Screw up, you know?
Oh yeah, that's that Houston shit.
Yeah, I know about it.
Them dudes are Paul Wall and them cats. Them dudes is hard, man.
Oh, yeah. Somebody the other day, Zero, Paul Wall.
Yeah. Uh-huh. What's his name? Duro.
Hey, who is it? Hey, yo, who this dude on the picture? Hey, this is that dude 19 Keys.
Oh, what picture? Let me see.
Right here. Bam.
Oh, yeah, that is him with the Big fan ass nigga.
Another actor.
Yeah, he probably an actor for sure.
He came out of nowhere, and all of a sudden he's getting 1 million views out of nowhere on YouTube like that. That's fast.
I had to look and see who he was. I said, that's 19 Keys. I know who he is.
Running them scripts, man. And running plays like the Super Bowl, like the NFL.
Yeah.
They still running it back to Africa script on niggas.
Bro, he be scamming, bro. I ain't interested in anything he's selling, bro. Straight up. The nigga full of shit too, just like the rest of them.
Go ahead and play it. Oh no, I can put him up.
As part of this destabilization, we saw a fantastic acceleration of universal gaslighting, trying to convince people they weren't seeing what they were seeing. Hence, the Mandela effect and the huge increase in mass shootings.
When I be saying that, all of a sudden these motherfuckers just mass shootings out of nowhere, dude. Increase. Come on, man.
The mass shootings not only increased levels of fear, they also acted as gaslighting, since the narrative soon fell apart. So the news itself began to look like a hologram, seeming true one moment and false the next, but mostly made of mist. Your average person didn't know what to believe anymore, hence the destabilization. Drug doses were also increased across the board at the same time, for the same purpose. Weed was decriminalized, and the governors hoped everyone would just get stoned. Antidepressants, sleeping pills, and all other pills, prescription and non-prescription, have been on a steep increase since the 1950s, the numbers becoming more after 2000. This destabilization was meant to make people feel powerless, so that they would stop asking questions. So 2020 arrived and COVID was rolled out.
Whoa.
When those mostly failed, they manufactured an election crisis. That mostly failed, then they appear to be manufacturing an alien invasion. Flat Earth plants.
Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
And more. What we are taught is upside down, as usual. On purpose.
And the truth shall set you free.
The CIA wants to ruin a woman, so it targets her. So in reality the woman really is a victim, but they don't see it that way. The Gender Bender Projects has been around for years to help with
Gender Bender, damn.
It's been hours since you've been gone.
It's one of the biggest crimes against humanity ever, or even the biggest crimes against humanity currently being featured. The purposeful destruction of and
Yeah, that's interesting.
and sister issues are usually sold as a continuation of the liberation project of the 1960s, tied to feminism, gay rights, and human rights. But that is all a smokescreen, since none of this is occurring naturally. It isn't any form of progress. Trans is just a part of a much larger project, and I use the word project on purpose. It is another CIA project, founded and funded by the Phoenician Navy for specific purposes. There is no doubt about that, and you have to be dead asleep not to see it. The destruction of masculinity.
Did you hear what he just said?
The Phoenicians, though.
Oh my God. What,
What you talking about that?
hold on. What's going on, bro? Talk to me. Talk to me, man.
We were talking about Doge, and we were talking about the oligarch Venetians. Yeah, sure was talking about that thing.
Yo, break that down real quick, BJ, about that.
Well, actually, I probably no. You go ahead and break it down on a video next or something.
Word.
And pull up the definition of it. So we get, because actually the other day I did bring up that Manifest Destiny and play the video of it. Shaq wanted to talk about that boy anyway. So go ahead and finish this and then we get to that. Yeah, that'd be cool.
Manifest Destiny
lowers the threat of revolution. Specific groups can be targeted, such as the poor or the financially useless, making this a form of mass eugenics, and it can also be used by the Phoenicians to target a more general enemy, Gentiles. By giving the ruling class a pass on this sexual destruction, their people will be given a breeding advantage. Knowing this project is fake, they will be able to avoid it, while the rest of us are decimated. Perhaps you can understand that there is no such thing as it isn't a real movement, being no more than another CIA project. Most of the you are sold in the media aren't even by the given meaning, since they haven't had any surgery. They are just cross-dressing agents from CIA Actors Equity. You can believe they are real if you like, but I don't. The whole idea of government forcing people to accept CIA projects is the very definition of tyranny. Forcing people to believe in is like forcing.
And they're forcing it down the throat. Damn, they pushing these agendas on us, man.
Them to believe in the moon landing.
Well, damn.
They want us to believe their scripts. That is a key here, and
we was talking about that.
We was just talking about the moon landing too.
Yeah, I know.
Damn.
I don't want you to have missed it, because that is how they break you. Applying this terrible pressure to you to force you to say you believe things you don't believe, in order to remain in the group, is the greatest tool they have in destroying and all these other things. The destruction of science, art, health, family, and all the other top 10 would not be possible without first destroying the individual, and this is how they accomplish that. For once you have reached the point where you will say you believe something you don't, you are toast. You have been broken. Sounds awful, but the rulers love it. They installed it on purpose since it achieves many things for them. To start with, it makes you a consuming machine, consuming psychiatric and other medical products at an accelerating pace. But you become a better consumer of everything else as well, including compensating products of all kinds, including alcohol, tobacco, junk food, guns, ammo, and entertainment. Being broken makes you more desperate to fit in, which makes you even more susceptible to the media and all its propaganda. They want you to believe females don't exist anymore. The words female and male are being delisted as well. You aren't a male or a female anymore, you are a person with identity and infinite freedom, except the freedom to refuse all this. If you refuse, you will be delisted. It has only gotten worse since the rise of the internet. A small part of the internet is composed of agents inserting themselves everywhere and creating confusion. This is why we see creators making content unable to tell if certain celebrities are really women, so they make videos calling real females men. This is a part of the confusion. This is why most low-level agents are hired, simply as a spanner in the works. They infiltrate the opposition and turn it into a crud. The woman has been targeted by the CIA, which is owned by the richest people. The problem is, almost no women actually do place the blame there. They want you to target and blame the males around you. Most men, like most Jews, aren't part of any archy, patriarchy or otherwise, since they have no power and make no decisions. Unless they are CIA, most likely they wish you no harm and only want to get along. Most likely they have been targeted just like you have. They have been destabilized as much as anyone else. So if you're wondering about...
Yo, shout out to Industry Hoax, man. Check out his channel, salute. Man, you broke it down, man. You know what I'm saying? You broke that bad boy. Okay, so I got some stuff right here I'm gonna play, man. What's these dudes' name, man? These cats. What's these dudes' name? Right here. I'm gonna play some of this real quick. They kind of broke it down to a little something.
And fever dream.
Oh.
Of the last 40 years to drain government, make it so small you could drain it in the bathtub. And they're doing that. So the initial firings focused on but weren't exclusive to employees in their first year of their federal job, as they lack the ability longer-term employees have to appeal terminations, coupled with about 75,000 workers who took President Trump's buyouts, which aren't even legal from everything we know. The job cuts amount to nearly 4% of the government, 2.3 million workers. That might not sound like a lot. It's a lot. That's a lot. And that number is going to go up from 4%. We could start with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which they have essentially, all but canceled. The agency is totally paused. They can't really do anything. A federal judge on Friday blocked the dismissal of any more workers at the CFPB. More than 100 employees were laid off before the pause. Department of Education employees fired, put on leave. Those were about 60 probationary employees. Then you go down, Department of Energy job cuts include nuclear agency firings. We'll get to that more specifically. Department of Health and Human Services, CDC, National Institute of Health. That's great considering we have the worst flu season in 15 years and a bird flu that is spreading all over the country among animals. And experts say is.
Y'all think that's be a good time to fire people like that around this flu time, or what y'all think?
Crazy.
One mutation away from becoming a human-to-human pandemic. So very good that they're firing health officials. Department of Homeland Security, National Park Service, Veterans Affairs, which I'll get to in more detail.
Yeah, that Veterans Affairs, that, bro, why are you firing people for the Veterans Affairs?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what's crazy. Technically, none of those agencies are lawful.
Break it down.
They was all created by somebody, somebody at one point in time.
Right.
So what legal or lawful grounds do any of these agencies have any grounds?
Good question.
That's the game they playing, bro. Why you think they can come in and do what they want? This shit's under military occupation. They create any shit out there, but you ain't got a military to stop. You don't have no law to stop that law. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
None of these agencies are lawful. Shit.
Oh no, you're right. Lawful, right?
It's called an agency for a reason.
A reason, fact.
And then the agencies in the Constitution. So once again, is a Constitution? Who does that Constitution represent? Really?
Good point.
Who wrote it? Who does it cover? Who doesn't it cover?
Good question.
Can you say something about you see the judge say Constitution ain't something about in the court?
You say, oh yeah, the judges. I guess I guess they struck it that some of the shit Trump was doing.
Man, this one was been defiling the so-called Constitution, man.
Facts.
Been doing that.
Facts. I know. Facts. Amending shit when they want to, you know what I'm saying? Bending the rules and shit when they for, you know what I'm saying? For they oligarch motherfucking homies and shit.
Yeah. Yeah. Because if you funded all this money allegedly, somebody should be getting locked up.
Man, somebody should be getting locked up.
Didn't I say
At the
that?
end of the day.
Didn't I say that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So this should be common sense, bro.
Look, that's what I said. Because I said, wait a minute now. If you just telling me that some motherfuckers you giving out some money, and you just telling me who getting it, that don't do me no good.
I don't.
You know why ain't nobody getting locked up?
Fact. And so, and then
No,
why they not revealing?
Like I said,
why they not revealing? Who it is?
I do not like Jasmine Crockett. I don't like what she stands for. I don't know the lady personally.
Might be a dude.
Yeah, you're right. It might be. But regardless, she did point out that Mr. Musk was getting government contracts and other people as well. She was like, either, and I said, you know what? To be honest with you, not lying on that one, because all these people they got government contracts. So I mean,
yeah, they all be getting family members and shit contracts.
Exactly. So really, to tell you the truth, that's probably why. That's why I ain't nothing really getting locked up, because hey, look, we all doing it. We just want to expose dirt on each other this time. But while we're doing that, we're doing more things. Like today, they say that they might suspend the for Frank's channel C19 invention, but they're not telling you that just last week they put it in for the poultry. So
that's right, bro.
So it's kind of like flip flop. Yeah, we might do this, because I mean that ain't as effective as it was. People not getting it like they was. So they say, hey, look, we do it with the poultry. I mean, most Americans eat chicken. So, hey, look, if most Americans eat chicken, that's an easy way. I ain't got to put nothing in the oven no more. Go right to the food. More easier and less hassle. Because you might forget. Hey, look, and this is my thing. I ain't gonna tell you no lie. They saying they just approved the other day. They probably already doing it. Already have been doing it. Y'all look at the chicken and see how big a damn chicken is these days when you look at it. Just ask the question.
No.
That ain't no damn chicken, bro. That's some bullshit.
That motherfucker be like, that'd be Hulk chicken and shit. That shit be looking like the Hulk.
Yeah, they big.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but go ahead.
Yeah, y'all right though. Y'all both right, man.
Love their troops, but they just laid off 1,000 people who are supposed to, handle and treat the troops. Many of people who work in Veterans Affairs are veterans. EPA, General Services Administration, Internal Revenue Service, Small Business Administration, U.S. Forest Service. There's a lot more, but that's the cliff notes. Before we get into, full details, Steve, what's your overarching thoughts?
Well, first of all, because I understand economics, I watch dumb fucks that don't know economics sitting there saying, this should have been done forever ago. Thank God. Don't you think it's great? And it's because stupidity reigns supreme in this country. Every time you cut government spending, it doesn't just, it's first of all, let's get this out of the way. It isn't some leprechaun's tax dollars, okay? There is no tax dollars being spent here. These fucking morons that are so happy to see their neighbors get fired. I swear to God, I fucking hate them. I don't just wish they were smarter and understood more. I fucking hate them. Okay? That's number one. because they're thinking they're saving time, but they're so excited about cutting waste, but they're giving Elon Musk $9 billion fucking dollars. But yeah, let's go ahead and cut some little shit down the street that needs to pay for their mortgage or pay for their fucking rent or get.
That's a good point too, though. Like you cutting these everyday, you know what I'm saying, government workers that aren't rich or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? But yet, Elon Musk has got like $300-something billion contract. You know what I'm saying, for armored Teslas. Like, really, bro? Armored Teslas.
Now, I'm gonna say something about this.
Mm-hmm.
See.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's like this.
Look at that. Mm-hmm.
You do got people in the agencies committing fraud, but when you find all these workers, that's really to bring in the AI. Now,
right. That's fact.
Number two, how many people? If you had an agency of so many people, and you cut like, let's say you had 20,000 and you cut 10,000. Were the other 10,000? Do you think everybody was committing fraud? Because I'm guaranteed a lot of people didn't.
Right. I'm guaranteed a lot of people didn't either. Right. Fact.
So it's kind of a collateral damage type of thing. So
facts.
You gotta pay attention because I thought you're supposed to get locked up for fraud, not fired.
Mm-hmm. There you go.
Supposed to have a court case, ain't you?
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. In instances like that, hell yeah. Good point.
All right. So just keep it going.
Food for their family. Just despise these fucking disgraceful, disgusting human beings.
Damn.
Because what they're doing is not benign. It's not just, oh, well, you have an opinion, I have an opinion. People are really fucking getting hurt. And I swear to God, it wouldn't be in any way, shape, or form out of the pale if those people that got hurt were to go ahead and react and take some of these fuckers out. I swear to God, I'm not advocating it. I'm saying watch out for it, because when desperate people start getting desperate, they do desperate things. And I'm telling you right now that
doesn't Dawson be saying that?
Idiots that don't realize it's not taxpayer dollars. They think they're saving the government. There's wasteful spending. Every time the government spends money into the economy, one person's spending is another person's income. So every one of those people that shopped at your mom and pop's fucking breakfast stand, or went and bought electricity, or paid for gas, or bought their kids a book, that was income that they had that they spent into your pockets. But because people are so fucking hateful, so fucking stupid, they cheer it on. And I'm telling you right now, this country is so fucked because of that kind of sick, disgusting, like, I can't even call it human behavior. It's not even human behavior, what I'm seeing. It's some disgusting strain of disgrace. And if I were a parent and I saw my kids celebrating that shit, I swear to God, I would beat the taste out of their mouth. It's so, and if I saw a parent doing it, I'd probably do same, because people are going to die from this. People are going to die from it.
I want to address, because there might be some MAGA people in the chat saying
know
this
what?
is such a great thing. I'm going to show this one comment.
I don't agree with everything you're saying there, but I would say this. This is kind of like the movie The Hunger Games, though. You probably got a point. You got a point with that. Hey, yo.
Yeah,
you watch the movie The Hunger Games, a lot of things were similar.
All
right.
You release all these people. That lets you know that's AI right there. You playing with these people's lives. They and literally in a race for their life, like the Hunger Games. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Like you said, to let that many people go like that at one time, weeks, 2 weeks, and that's a lot.
Yep.
And this dude's doing this in his first month. Damn. Wow. What'd that tell you? You know what I'm saying? You would think he would wait. I mean, doing this, and the thing is,
now, a lot of them. Now, wait a minute. A lot of these jobs, some of these people still got 8 months though. But hey, go ahead, and keep going. I want to hear what some of these guys say. He on the road here.
I'm gonna show this one comment. I assume, Jake, I'm not attacking you. I'm assume you genuinely believe this is a good thing. Let me explain why it's not. Jordan, do you not generally see this as a good thing for Americans? We've cut a ton, all caps, of wasteful spending and are finally holding people accountable for frivolous spending and money laundering. Okay, Jake, with all due respect, okay? Elon Musk, for example, when he took over Twitter, very, very quickly, and this is the Silicon Valley mentality and how they do things, very, very quickly took a machete to Twitter. They cut like 75% of the staff. That is not an exaggeration, okay? And very, very quickly, there were major issues with Twitter, meaning like it was not working. Like glitches. You would go on Twitter and you would get a pause, or huge problems in terms of load times, a slowdown of loading tweets. You had data problems. At some points, it totally went offline. It was annoying, but it's not life or death. That's Twitter. Elon Musk, and forget Trump for a second. Let's not pretend this is actually Trump. Trump has literally given the government over to Elon Musk because in large ways, Elon Musk saved Donald Trump from jail. I know you MAGA people don't want to hear that, but
which is the highest degree of the Church of Satan. Let's go.
Trump benefited to the tune of almost $300 million from Elon Musk. Might have won the election either without Musk. We don't know. But the point is, there is no way, Jake, in less than 100 days. And the government is much bigger than Twitter.
That's what I'm saying. For him to do this so fast like that, this would take time to do something like stuff like this planning and this. I mean, they're going to replace them with AI to let you know they are, but if they're really not going to do it, if their intentions wasn't bad, and if they're really trying to just, to weed out fraud and everything like that, this would be a timely thing. They wouldn't just be doing it the first fucking month of them being in like that. You know what I'm saying? To fire that many people, it takes planning. Am I right?
Yeah.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
It would take planning. You know what I'm saying? It would take, I don't know. It's like, and then the freezes, don't forget the freezing, but those freezes, the Wisney, a lot of the Supreme Court shut those down, some of them freezes he was doing. Let's go.
There is no way to, in a smart, precise, I mean, neither Steve and I are saying no fraud or abuse exists in government. Of course, they should be routinely auditing government to see, are there areas that, are redundant positions, this and that. But that's not what we're talking about. You cannot go in less than 100 days and smartly identify the fat or redundant positions or unnecessary positions. The only way you could do this across the board is recklessly, haphazardly, and just say, what did Elon Musk say in his little Oval Office spectacle list? Yeah, sure, we'll make mistakes and we'll fix them. But the problem is, when you make mistakes at Twitter, it's just annoying. Nobody dies. Nobody doesn't get a Social Security check. Nobody loses their position. Nobody, goes down in a plane crash because there's not enough flight attendants. So this idea people have, sure, it sounds good, efficiency. It sounds good, cut the fat, cut waste. But that's not what they're doing because you cannot smartly, intelligently identify. I mean, companies that actually want to cut waste, they don't do it. Like, you don't just buy a company and lay off everybody in a week. They go through different departments. They bring in executives to identify areas to cut. A lot of times they just cut because they want to make profit. But the point I'm making is, if you actually think, if you're a MAGA person watching and you actually think the people being laid off is wasteful spending or fat, I'm here to tell you that's not the case. And how you want proof of that?
You kind of just said that, huh, BJ?
Mm-hmm.
I said you kind of just said that. Not everybody's committing fraud, dude. Come on. All right. Like you said, collateral damage. Punish everybody, but don't arrest nobody though.
Colin, let's show the NBC News article. Trump administration wants to unfire nuclear safety workers.
Unfire? Is this real? BJ. How you unfire niggas? You know what? I'm gonna hire you back. But see, we doing all this. This is how you know something that don't sound right with this, right? We doing all this stuff, giving Ukraine all this money, giving for weapons, giving Israel all this money for all these weapons. But you mean to tell me you fire key nuclear people that you know what I'm saying? Nuclear key people that have nuclear experience. You fire them.
You're right.
Why would you do that right now? But then you're giving these fools billions of dollars for weapons, though. And then what's up with the military? You know, are they going to be auditing military spending? Are they going to be auditing the military? Are they? I mean, I'm confused. You see, they'll never stop that military spending. Chat. We was talking about that, huh? That military spending, they will never stop that. That budget could be as high as it wants. But I get it. They're giving all this damn money to Ukraine and Israel. Israel's like our is a second military right there, right?
That they fired, again, recklessly, but can't figure out how to reach them. The workers whose agency oversees the nation's nuclear stockpile have been fired on Thursday and lost access to their federal government email accounts. National Nuclear Security Administration officials on Friday attempted to notify some employees who had been let go the day before that they are now due to be reinstated, but they struggled to find them because they didn't have their new contact information. An email sent to employees at NNSA and obtained by NBC News, officials wrote, the termination letters for some NNSA probationary employees are being rescinded, but we do not have a good way to get in touch with those personnel. That's what I'm talking about, Steve. This is when you're just a tech bro and you just say, hey, cut across the board, 4% here, 10%. It doesn't matter what positions you're cutting. It doesn't matter what they do. It doesn't matter if their positions are life or death. That's not cutting waste, fraud, or abuse. That is literally treating the federal government like it's some Silicon Valley startup.
Look, I have an MBA, means nothing. But for people that are into this shit, that means I understand business, okay? What I'm trying to tell you is there's nothing like a private sector company that is the federal government. The federal government, first of all, is not profit-driven in any way, shape, or form. Number two, every one of those employees, none of it's coming from your tax money. Not a penny of it is coming from your tax money. So what is the point? What is the purpose of causing so much pain and suffering on those people? The real problem is the idiots think that it's their tax dollars. That's number one. Until we eradicate and tell Nina Turner, please stop talking about your taxpayer money. Until we tell the others, stop talking about your fucking taxpayer money. These people are going to continue to think they're saving taxpayer money, and they're not. It's fundamentally not how the goddamn system works, okay? This fucking money doesn't come from tax dollars. It's brand new money, every single penny of it. Every penny is new money, and every dollar taxed out of the economy is destroyed money. That's how a fiat currency works. Period. That's
Can you
BJ, what you think?
That's interesting, but I will say this. He ain't lying on one thing. It is public-private partnership, so hey. And they in the privatization, but they using public money, or not public. They financing what they call a lot of privatization right now. Private business means you're supposed to go belly up, but if you backed by government subsidies, that's not. And you getting bailouts, then that's out of bounds.
Right. But
private business means you get what you get, and if you don't get it, you gotta shut down.
Facts. I know, huh? That's how that works. File bankruptcy, right? Go, yeah, you say go belly up something. But like you're saying, these people are getting backed by the government. So, what about the tax part? With the tax, about that part? About the fiat taxes, us not really funding the government through taxes.
Do some research on that one.
That's something I'm thinking too. But if that's the case, like you said, that's funding our privatization, because that tax money that we've been paying if it's not, it's going to their pockets because they still do have us paying the taxes. You see what I'm saying? Excuse me. You see what I'm saying?
Yep, I see what you're saying.
Explain, because I don't think people are getting
I used to
this.
be an LOL libertarian. I used to be one. So let me do this. He goes, I come from an LOL libertarian point of view. I'm supportive of the government becoming smaller, especially if it means my tax dollars. See, right there, that whole sentence is trash. Taxes serve only one purpose, really, to be fair. I mean, they serve four, but one in particular, and that is to create a need for the dollar.
Let's be clear. Federal taxes. What Steve is saying is, yeah, we're not talking about taxes you pay for state and local government, which actually you are paying for services there. Go ahead.
So at the federal level, your federal government, and I'm sorry, get out of your Creature from Jekyll Isle book, because I know that's next. Okay, get your Rothschilds, throw it in the trash. All right, we don't have time for lies and nonsense. The federal government, when it spends money into existence, it writes a bill, it writes a law, it hires someone. That money is then created out of thin air, just like Social Security. Your Social Security isn't even paid for by the money we put in. That is a skin in the game tax that pulls money out of the economy. It's merely put there for people to think, I paid into it. It doesn't actually exist. Once a government receives, it's like Sbarro's. Do you think Sbarro's is jonesing for 50 cent off coupons? Holy shit, we can't fund our pizza empire if we don't have more fucking 50 cent coupons that we create ourselves.
Right.
This is the problem. People just think things and they say things and they don't care who gets hurt as long as their tax dollar doesn't get spent. Okay. Believe me, it's easy. It'd be so easy to point at Israel and say, all of our tax dollars are going to fund Israel, but it's not even happening that way. You haven't seen your taxes go up to fund any of the wars. You haven't seen your taxes go up to fund anything. In fact, in many ways, you've seen your taxes go down and the spending go up. Oh, but what about the national debt? The national debt is nothing but the net money supply. That's it. To a penny, the net money supply.
So the net money supply, let me take a look. Let's check that out real quick. The net money supply. Right. Interesting. Why is the money supply important? The money supply is the total amount of cash, coins, and balances in a bank account in circulation. The money supply is commonly defined as a group of safe assets and households and businesses can use to make payments or to hold short-term loan investments. For example, U.S. currencies balances held in checking accounts and saving accounts and included in many measures of money supply. There are several standards of measures of money supply, including the monetary base M1 and M2. The monetary base, the sum of currency in circulation, reserve balances, and deposits held by banks and other depository institutions in their accounts at the Federal Reserve. M1, the sum of currency held by the public transaction deposit, including currency held by the public and the depository institution, which are financial institutions, to obtain their funds mainly through deposits for public, such as commercial banks, savings and loans associations, saving banks and credit unions, branches of foreign banks operating in the United States. M2, a small denomination of time deposits, those issues in amount of less than $100,000 in retail money, markets mutual fund shares. Data on money supply and reporting, Federal Reserve H6 statistical release, money stock measures. Over some periods of money supply having exhibits a close relationship to important economics variables, and such as the nominational gross domestic product and the price level. The Federal Open Market Committee reviews money supply data and conducting monetary policies. Money supply figures are just a part of a wide array of financial and economic data that policymakers review. Man, this is interesting. Damn.
So when money is taxed out, that's why it's not, oh, they just keep printing money. They literally tax money out of existence, spend new money into existence. The reason you are taxed, and it's only payable in US dollars. You cannot pay your taxes in shitcoin. You cannot pay your taxes in sexual favors. You can't pay your taxes in chicken necks or friggin' frog legs. You can only pay your taxes in US dollars. Why does the government that creates US dollars, the law, the patent, the unit of measure,
that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense. That's why they want you, that's why they tax you dollars. So they can or tax the old money out of circulation, and like he said, print the new money into circulation. That makes sense.
US dollar. Why does it need you to pay taxes? Because it needs you to need that dollar so that it can provision itself, so it can buy things, so it can get your labor, so it can pay and have an economy in the country. And that's how it works. It doesn't go with the Ron Paul school. And by the way, I campaigned for Ron Paul back in 2009. What was it, around 2008 he was running? And then again in 2012, I was on the Ron Paul train. I've been in LOL Libertarian. So I know all the shit with Murray Rothbard and all the other idiots. Okay. I understand the appeal of Ayn Rand. I understand the appeal of, we got to get government out of our lives. Because trust me, this government is corrupt as fuck. You get no fight out of me. None. But you cutting spending doesn't help you a bit.
But there's a very big difference between politicians who are corrupt, right? Which are both Democrats and Republicans. Sorry, MAGA, including Donald Trump. Donald Trump literally got nearly $300 million from Elon Musk and has now handed him the government, has now handed over him and a bunch of teenagers who work with, I'm not exaggerating, teenagers who work with Elon Musk, access to the government. Donald Trump received $100 million from Miriam Adelson, a massive Zionist. And what has he done? He's saying we're going to basically give the West Bank to Israel.
Damn, whoa, BJ, you want to elaborate on that, dude? Damn, yo. BJ, bro, you still on here, dog? BJ, did you know about that dude? What's the dude you just named? BJ. Yo. BJ.
And we're going to expel the Palestinians. Donald Trump, you might as well stamp quid pro quo on his forehead. So MAGA, I'm sorry, you've been hoodwinked if you think Donald Trump is going to do a goddamn thing for you. And to the person who asked me, Jordan, do you really think they won't do an audit on the Pentagon? Save this video. If Donald Trump and Elon Musk do an actual audit on the Pentagon, okay, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk actually cut 10% of the Pentagon, I'll give you 10% of the Pentagon budget, I will wear a MAGA hat on the internet and whatever else you want. I'll streak. There is more chance that I'm going to have a six-pack by Thanksgiving that Donald Trump will cut 1% from the Pentagon budget. Do you know how I know that, Steve? Because Donald Trump raised the military budget every year he was in office. Because Donald Trump is not actually in power. Just like Joe Biden was not actually in power. We live in a military-industrial complex which Dwight Eisenhower warned of. So if Donald Trump and the president, the real president, Elon Musk, were so interested in waste, fraud, abuse, they wouldn't be starting with USAID. They're only doing that because they're splicing in a culture war there. They wouldn't be starting with the Department of Education, which Republicans have wanted to get rid of for decades. They'd be starting with the $15 billion in free money we give to the fossil fuel industry every year, the billions we give to Wall Street, free money, the billions we give to the pharmaceutical industries, the billions we give to big agriculture.
BJ.
Yep.
I knew he was still up. You sound like you stepped out of the room. Did you hear what he was saying and shit?
Yep.
What'd you think about that? With the that dude he named, and he said Trump, the dude gave Trump millions of dollars, and all of a sudden, you know what I'm saying, he was talking about taking God, he wanted to build up on Gaza. What was the guy's name? Let me go back.
A woman.
It was a woman?
Yeah, Miriam Anderson.
Oh yeah.
Wait a minute. When the husband did die previously, yeah. Sheldon Anderson. Go back to it.
It out of me. None. But you cutting spending doesn't help you a bit.
But there's a very big difference between politicians who are corrupt, right? Which are both Democrats and Republicans. Sorry, MAGA, including Donald Trump. Donald Trump literally got nearly $300 million from Elon Musk and has now handed him the government, has now handed over him and a bunch of teenagers who work with, I'm not exaggerating, teenagers who work with Elon Musk, access to the government. Donald Trump received $100 million from Miriam Adelson, a massive Zionist. And what has he done? What has he done? He is saying we're going to basically give the West Bank to Israel and we're going to expel the Palestinians.
Damn. Just like Kushner got that money from the Saudis, man. From their sovereign, what's that shit? Sovereign, what's that shit? Sovereign refugee, or was it sovereign? What's that shit?
Sovereign Wealth Fund.
Yeah, Sovereign Wealth Fund, bro.
Donald Trump, you might as well stamp quid pro quo on his forehead. So MAGA, I'm sorry, you've been hoodwinked if you think Donald Trump is going to do a goddamn thing for you. And to the person who asked me, Jordan, do you really think they won't do an audit on the Pentagon? Save this video. If Donald Trump and Elon Musk do an actual audit on the Pentagon, okay, and Donald Trump and Elon Musk actually cut 10% of the Pentagon, I'll give you 10% of the Pentagon budget, I will wear a MAGA hat on the internet and whatever else you want. I'll streak. There is more chance that I'm going to have a six-pack by Thanksgiving that Donald Trump will cut 1% from the Pentagon budget. Do you know how I know that, Steve? Because Donald Trump raised the military budget every year he was in office. Because Donald Trump is not actually in power. Just like Joe Biden was not actually in power. We live in a military-industrial complex which Dwight Eisenhower warned of. So if Donald Trump and the president, the real president, Elon Musk, were so interested in waste, fraud, abuse, they wouldn't be starting with USAID. They're only doing that because they're splicing in a culture war there. They wouldn't be starting with the Department of Education, which Republicans have wanted to get rid of for decades. They'd be starting with the $15 billion in free money we give to the fossil fuel industry every year, the billions we give to Wall Street, free money, the billions we give to the pharmaceutical industries, the billions we give to big agriculture subsidies, the billions we give, believe it or not, to Silicon Valley. This is all free money. It's all subsidies the U.S. government gives to corporate interests. You want to talk about waste, fraud?
Okay, let's go with after we talk about this. Let's talk about the what's his name? Let's talk about how you was just talking about the Pentagon audit. What do you think about that audit in the Pentagon?
I mean, that'd be nice, but I mean, you are the Pentagon, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta see what they gonna take out. My thing is,
Mhm.
The man did tell you they're using emergency powers for AI in government. So
He said emergency powers on. There you go.
that's what he said at the World Economic Forum. I showed it to you.
Emergency powers for AI. These motherfuckers crazy.
So the emergency powers being used to get rid of the workers.
That makes sense.
What an abuse. You're looking at the Department of Education, and they would start with the military. Donald Trump didn't do this in his first term. Why do you think he's going to do it now? Donald Trump, who says, oh, we need to rebuild the military. What evidence do you have that Donald Trump is going to cut 1% from the military budget? And one second. And I also want to say, again, if you are a conservative-minded person and you genuinely think there's a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse, and cutting that is somehow your life, okay. Common sense. If, I don't know, if you were lucky enough that you got the keys to a Fortune 500 company, you think it would be smart, like the first month you take over the company, to lay off, if there's 10 divisions, lay off thousands of workers from each division in less than a month? You actually think in less than a month you can identify where you're only...
Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just say it would take way more time to identify and investigate? Didn't I say that? Find a new team. You don't do that in a month, dude. That's wild, man. That's like, what the fuck? Less than a month.
People working with you are a bunch of 20-somethings and teenagers. You think you could actually identify where is the excess, where is the fat, where are the duplicative positions? Or do you think you might end up firing a lot of people that, oh shit, we just realized we really needed those people. Oh shit, we didn't even know how this department worked. In many cases, we don't even know what they did. This is meant to excite conservatives who have wanted to take a machete to the federal government for a long time.
Good point. You already know they don't be thinking. These conservatives don't be thinking, dude. They're not smart. Just like the black liberals and the liberals that are smart either. It's the same shit. You know, they get caught up in their emotions, feelings, and they're living vicariously through these politicians. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not being done in any type of strategic, precise way. And to be clear, you could cut 20, 30%. You can cut 30% from every single government agency. Okay? That will still not even go near the weight.
Look what the dude in the comment, their comment said. Waste, fraud, and abuse means gutting America's Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans, healthcare, etc. Damn.
Waste, fraud, and abuse of the United States government. You want to know why? Because the United States government is based on fraud and abuse. We have a system of legalized bribery.
Damn, does that sound like some shit me, you, and Shaq be talking about? That's what it's built on. It's lies, deceit, bribery, money laundering.
Democrats are bought by special interests. Republicans are bought by special interests. Trump is bought by special interests. That is fraud by nature. So I don't want to hear, oh, well, we cut X amount of employees from USAID, and we found that we were sending $50 billion in condoms to Gaza, even though that ended up being bullshit.
Didn't I tell you that? Then wasn't I been saying that? I think that was some bullshit about them. Didn't I been saying that, BJ? About them condoms in Gaza? I'm like, that shit. Come on, them motherfuckers Muslims or not? Why would the fuck the Muslim motherfuckers are using condoms, bro?
Elon Musk just tweeted out some bullshit thing about how we were, there was like, they found 1,000, 150-year-olds who were still getting Social Security checks. That ended up being bullshit too. You want to know how you end up having all this fake lies and bullshit? When you come in and you implement the Silicon Valley mindset, which is just break shit and ask questions later on the federal government. So hey, get your popcorn. It might excite you just on the surface. Hey, they're cutting all these agencies, but you're cutting a lot of important positions. and there's real life consequences, which we're going to get to more of that in just a minute. You want to say something?
All right. Yes, I do. So just so you don't think this is just like an anti-Trump thing, because I really hate them all, right? Equally. I don't have any love for any of them. Okay. When you go back to the Bill Clinton era, Bill Clinton was lauded for his surplus, for his balanced budget going back in before Y2K. And what had happened? What happened was people, the only way you can get money in the economy is people taking out debt and loans, or the federal government spending it, one or the other. That's it. All the money that's in the economy is either from you taking out a bank loan or from the government spending it into existence. And as of right now, 97% of it is private debt. Okay. Each of us have a certain amount that we're able to borrow. And then after that, you can't borrow anymore. So guess what? You're fucked. So back when Bill Clinton started slashing and burning with the reinventing government, okay, and he was working hand in glove with the Newt Gingriches of the world and the whole contract with America, Bill Clinton, a Democrat, handed George W. Bush, a Republican, handed him a recession. Why? Because when an idiot cuts spending, when a loser cuts spending, when a worthless fuck, an economically illiterate person cuts federal spending, what it does is it shrinks the economy. And then that cascades down to the state governments. And that cascades down to the local and municipal governments. And guess what that does? Then that touches onto the state pension plan. And then...
What do you think about that, BJ?
Well, I did play a video last week when they said that the economy was on depression levels. Even you have a lot of malls closed and things like that, you know.
Right.
At the same time, you do see some restaurants opening too, some newer ones, but you have a lot of malls closing, and actually you got a lot of tech places closing too, or cutting position.
That's true.
So yeah, it's like if you're going for a couple more minutes, I'm gonna show you some layoffs.
Oh, for sure. What you think about the part he just said though about the
Bill Clinton started slashing and burning with the reinventing
about the cutting government spending? What do you think about that?
I mean, it's like he talking about Bill Clinton, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bill Clinton was doing the same thing. I think Bill Clinton got rid of a lot of workers. That was been doing. So, matter of fact, Bill Clinton got rid of a lot of workers, and daggone got rid of a lot of workers by putting people in jail too.
Damn, right.
He had double whammy. But I mean, but the crazy thing about it, Bill Clinton was NAFTA.
Facts.
And Trump trying to bring in North American Union. They sound very similar to me.
Sounds similar, right?
Yep. Keep going.
Government. Okay. And he was working hand in glove with the Newt Gingriches of the world and the whole contract with America. Bill Clinton, a Democrat, handed George W. Bush, a Republican, handed him a recession. Why? Because when an idiot cuts spending, when a loser cuts spending, when a worthless fuck, an economically illiterate person cuts federal spending, what it does is it shrinks the economy. And then that cascades down to the state governments. And that cascades down to the local and municipal governments. And guess what that does? Then that touches onto the state pension plan. And then that starts dealing with the schools and the local school funding, which are based on zip codes. And then those people start drying up. And then guess what happens? The layoffs begin in mass. And not just in the government, now in the private sector. All because someone was too fucking stupid to take a minute and learn how macroeconomics works, learn how federal finance works before they have an opinion about what a grand idea it is to slash and burn the fucking government. The government is the currency issuer. We are currency users. Okay? The government, the federal government, by law, Article 1, Section 8 of your U.S. Constitution gives the Congress the power of the purse.
Right.
It didn't give Elon Musk the power of the purse. And it's exactly what it's called. It's called austerity. And if you know me from Twitter, you know what my handle is. It's austerity is murder. Because austerity is murder. And mind you, I came from the Ron Paul camp, gang. I know all the stupid shit. I know all that idiocy.
And I'd also like to ask, for you people who love this, could you ask me, how is $400 billion, or what was it, million or billion? I think it was billion. Billion. How is $400 million for armored Tesla trucks? That's not waste, fraud, and abuse? That's not waste, fraud, and abuse because they were literally...
Bro, that's why we... Do we need that, BJ? Do we really need armored Teslas, BJ?
I mean, if you be driving electric cars, you might.
Right.
Early last week, the federal government issued a $400 million, I think it was, Colin, if you can check me on that, contract for Tesla armored vehicles. How about $38 billion more for SpaceX, Elon Musk? So, you know, programs that actually help the poor, that's waste, fraud, and abuse. But corporate welfare for Elon Musk, $400 billion. Thank you, Colin.
That's a good point. Good point. So that's the type of shit I be on. BJ, that's a good point.
Yep.
So you get no matter the funding can be high, no matter you know what I'm saying what it is for his the oligarchs programs and for their little test projects, but at the same time, you know, take the veteran affairs and cancer research and shit like that, you're gonna cut that. Wow. For kids, my bad. You're gonna cut that.
You might have to find out
disabled programs and cut that.
Might have to do a study because on this more because you know what? I just thought about it. A lot of us are working in the federal government. Let's look into that a little more.
Right. I see what you're saying, bro. That's not good. That's what I'm saying. I'm having sympathy and empathy. I'm like, that's fucked up. You heard what I said when we first started. I'm like, I don't see why we don't have sympathy just because somebody's a federal worker doesn't mean they're fucking rich. Or that's weird. Like,
no. You gotta look into it. Like I said, the one to do it wrong is usually the people at the top.
Makes sense.
It ain't usually the people going 9 to 5 every day.
Right.
But that's how it works. I want to say it's more like collateral damage type of thing.
Collateral damage.
Yeah.
We got some couple, you know, the masses have to suffer for a couple. But the crazy thing about it, the masses aren't the ones doing it. The ones at the top doing it. And they don't even get in trouble or arrested. I'm gonna play like 2 more minutes. We're gonna go.
Wait, programs for Elon Musk. That's crucial to humanity. If you don't realize that you are being conned, to the MAGA people watching, that they are literally conning you into thinking they are cutting waste fraud. They're not cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. They are literally trying to cut the administrative state and create a what do they call it? The executive, the una executive theory.
Yep.
That's what they're doing. And this does not mean, to be clear, this does not mean there aren't areas you could cut in government, but you don't just take a machete to government in less than 30 days and say, hey, look, we've done it. We've cut the fat. More importantly, this is not what Donald Trump ran on. Donald Trump didn't run on that he was going to cut 10% from every government agency. He ran on he was going to lower grocery prices. You see how much eggs cost?
Damn, yo.
He's not cutting grocery prices.
You were saying something, BJ?
Well, I mean, I did tell you the eggs. I told you the eggs be fluctuating up and down like a teeter-totter. I did tell you that.
He's not even talking about it. Steve, I want to just, because I have a lot here, I want to just give you some real world implications of this. This is a tweet from Jeff Stein of the Washington Post. Trump must layoffs ripple across the country. Energy department staff who handled homeowners' electricity bills were fired, potentially leaving no one to take the money that keeps their lights on. Yeah! Waste, fraud, and abuse! Close people's lights! Shut them off! In one state, all but 2 of the employees who helmed an agricultural department program assisting poor rural communities were fired. Well, good luck to you poor folks out there who depend on agriculture. In a tiny Wyoming town, a Forest Service office that has spent decades providing support to hikers, Christmas tree permits to residents, and firewood for the elderly has been forced to shutter. Fuck you, oldies. I hope you don't freeze to death this winter without your firewood. Then let's go to veterans, because we know conservatives, they love to wrap themselves around the flag. Trump has hugged flags on stage. This is from the Washington Post. They fired 1,000 from the Veterans Affairs Administration. The Veterans Affairs Administration, which already infamously doesn't run so well. Luke Graziano, a disabled Army veteran, was 5 weeks from completing his probation year on Friday when he logged into his work computer at the Bronx Veterans Affairs Hospital. Waiting on the screen was a boilerplate termination email citing performance concerns, which, by the way, thousands of people have gotten emails citing performance concerns, even though they had literally no previous any problems with performance expressed to them. Graziani printed out the message and took it to his boss, who was shocked, and promised to submit a request for exemption. Your critical staff, Graziani recalled his boss saying, we're going to try. Graziani, who is 45 and has 4 children, had believed until this weekend that his veteran status would protect his job. He served 20 years in the Army, first as a supply specialist and then in public affairs, deploying for 2 tours in Iraq and another 2 in Afghanistan before retiring in 2023. In the hours after his termination, he tried to figure out what to do. Then he thought of Douglas A. Collins, the newly appointed Veterans Affairs Secretary, who vowed in his confirmation hearing that, quote, we will not stop until we succeed on behalf of the men and women who have worn the uniform. Graziano sat down and composed a letter. You see, I am a veteran too, just like you, Secretary Collins. I spent those same hot nights in Iraq, waiting for the all clear after an incoming round set off the alert system, praying that there wouldn't be another, he wrote. Then he asked for his job back. This can't be how my service to my country ends. As of Monday, no reply.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day 1, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a dime because it's 100% free. Day 2, he realizes how clean and clutter-free his browsing experience has been since he got Pi.
Shout out to the Coop, man. They spitting though, man. They spitting. All right, what you want me to pull up, yo? BJ?
Manifest Destiny.
Oh yeah, damn. Word. Bam. The idea that the United States had a divine right to expand westward across North America in the 19th century. It was based on the belief that the expansion and was inevitable and justified. BJ.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
I told you about it the other night.
Oh yeah. That's what Trump. Yeah, because Trump. Oh yeah, I might have to bring that up, man. Trump talks manifest destiny. Wow. That's crazy. Hold on. Hold on. Let me see. Trump talks manifest destiny, baby. Manifest destiny.
Well, I would tell you to pull up a video of Manifest Destiny.
Okay. What's the video?
Just anyone. I mean, he has a lot of examples of Manifest Destiny.
Today on the Daily Dose, Manifest Destiny. During the first half of the 19th century, the United States population witnessed a near five-fold expansion due to high birth rates and a rising tide of immigration from Europe. Combined with the economic depressions of 1819 and 1839, westward migration exploded as Americans searched for new land and opportunities. In response, President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase from France in 1803, which doubled the size of the United States, followed by the acquisition of Florida from Spain in 1819. By the time Texas gained statehood in December of 1845, the notion that the U.S. would inevitably expand to the Pacific Ocean had become so widely accepted in the minds of most Americans, setting in motion a flood of migration and political will into what would become the American West. The term manifest destiny first appeared in an editorial published in the Democratic Review in the summer of 1845, when a writer made criticism of the lingering opposition to the annexation of Texas from Mexico, urging readers toward a national unity for the fulfillment of our manifest destiny to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions. That same summer, an article by John O'Sullivan in the New York Morning News referenced manifest destiny in light of the Oregon Territory, which was another vast swatch of land which American politicians and laymen alike were eager to assert control over. By the time the Oregon Territory joined the U.S. following a treaty with Great Britain, America was now embroiled in the Mexican-American War of 1846 to 1848, which was driven by the spirit of manifest destiny, as pioneers freely encroached upon Mexican land. When war ended with the signing of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, 525,000 square miles were added to the United States land holdings, including what is now California, Arizona, Colorado, New Mexico, Nevada, Utah, and Wyoming. While the conquering spirit of manifest destiny witnessed a near stunning territorial expansion over the first half of the 19th century, the unrelenting westward spread of Americans not only led to war with Mexico, but also witnessed the wanton mistreatment and dislocation of Hispanics, Native Americans, and other non-Europeans living in the path of westward settlers, at the same time fueling a contentious two-sided debate over which new territories and states would embrace the brutal institution of slavery, eventually leading a divided nation headlong into civil war. And there you have it. Manifest Destiny. Today on the Daily Dose. If you like learning something new every day.
Interesting. Very interesting. So he's talking about taking over Canada, Greenland, Panama Canal. Imperial style, baby. Imperialism style, man. He ain't playing. Let me play this real quick. Got some else I want to play real quick.
Social Security. The Republicans in Congress are coming for Social Security. They're all in agreement. We got to go after Social Security, right? It's one of the last remaining amazing government programs that is wildly successful. It took the number of seniors we have living in poverty from over 30% to 10%. Like, it's a massive political third rail. Like, if you touch it, you get cooked in the next election. That's how it works. But they're trying these clever little tricks to cut it. So they're going to cut it and tell you, no, I'm not pissing on you. It's raining. What are you talking about? Okay. Let me walk you through this. First of all, Doge and Elon Musk. Yet again, they illegally hacked another government agency. This time it's Social Security that they hacked into. So look at this. This is from, first it's Mediaite. The title is Social Security Commissioner reportedly ousted after denying Elon Musk access to sensitive files. So yet again, you have another career apolitical bureaucrat, like the experts who actually do the hard work of government, dot the I's, cross the T's, do everything that has to be done. They said when Elon came in and his pilled up Groyper 19-year-olds came in and they demanded access to Social Security, she went, I'm not giving you access. No, that's wildly illegal. That's totally unconstitutional. I'm going to have nothing to do with this whatsoever. I'm blocking you from doing it. Well, and the pressure came down on her and she was forced to resign. This is exactly what happened at the Treasury Department, where David LeBrick, another career bureaucrat, apolitical guy, does all the hard work. He was the acting secretary. He goes, well, I'm not letting you in. That's not happening. So fuck off. And then they put the pressure on him. Boom. He has to resign. Then you have all of the Doge hackers illegally messing around in the back of the Treasury, getting all of our sensitive information, all of our bank information, etc. Right? And then here we go again. Totally illegal, totally unconstitutional. Every court in America would say you can't do that. Get the fuck out of there. They're in there. So here's some specifics on it. The Social Security Administration's acting commissioner has stepped down from her role at the agency over the Department of Government Efficiency request to access Social Security recipient information, according to two people familiar with the official's departure who were not authorized to discuss the matter publicly. Acting Commissioner Michelle King's departure from the agency over the weekend after more than 30 years of service was initiated after King refused to provide Doge staffers in the SSA with access to sensitive information, the people said Monday. Okay, so again, wildly illegal, wildly unconstitutional. They've now set their sights on Social Security. By the way, it's very strange how Elon and his Doge sycophants, what did they do? They hacked the NIH and cut cancer research for kids, massive cuts to the NIH. They hacked USAID, got rid of every single soft power move that the U.S. had, like funding HIV medicine, for example, for kids overseas, gutted that entire agency. They're destroying the Department of Education. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, the anti-scam police, destroyed that. Now they're going into Social Security. Very strange how they've done all of these different agencies, again, totally illegally, but they haven't touched the Pentagon yet. You keep hearing like whispers, I think they're doing the Pentagon now. They haven't done it yet. Weird. Why? Because the reality is this. They will not cut Pentagon spending at all. And to the extent that they maybe do a tiny bit, the move will be cut off money to, say, Raytheon and Boeing and give those same contracts, those multi-billion-dollar contracts, give them to the tech oligarchs who Elon is friends with. Right? Peter Thiel and Mark Andreessen and Elon Musk and all these.
BJ, that makes sense? Yeah. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? When they're like, nah, we're not doing all this. We're not, we're good. We're out of it. Okay. I'll just give the contract to Elon's buddies. Yeah. That's how that works. Oligarchs, man.
Tech broligarchs. They want that gravy train coming to them. Elon already got a new $400 million contract to do armored Teslas. He got $20 billion for his other companies in government subsidies, corporate welfare, taxpayer money.
Ooh.
So maybe they do a little virtue signal 3% cut, again, illegally, in Pentagon spending, but that money is just going to be redirected from Raytheon and Boeing into the pockets of the tech oligarchs so they can get the contracts and they can make the weapons of the future, like AI stuff and drones, for example. That's what's going to happen. And as I said, if it's such a priority, why have you not fucking done that yet? Well, you've cut cancer research for kids. You've cut the anti-scam police. This guy's a criminal. This guy's a fucking criminal. He needs to be locked up. All right, but I'm just getting started. So they're going after Social Security. Okay. So you have to come up with some story, right? You have to come up with some cover story to lie to the American public to make it seem like, no, it's cool. Don't worry. Everything's good. Don't worry. Don't look over here. Everything's fine, right? So Elon Musk has now been spreading this lie for about a week. The lie is, man, me and my genius team, we realized, looking at the Social Security code, that there's a lot of 150-year-olds getting Social Security. People 150 years old getting Social Security. Obviously, this is fraudulent. Obviously, this is nonsense. Obviously, the majority of people who are over the age of 100 still getting Social Security. That's like not real. So you guys, he literally argued that like about half of the Social Security money being spent is fraudulent. Okay.
What?
If you believe that,
bro,
you're a fucking moron. But if I'm being honest with you, I don't think he believes it. I think he knows he's lying. Okay? All right, ready? So Trump comes out. Oh, God. Trump comes out and repeats Elon's lie, which is an indication he's going to green light. Yeah, go ahead. You guys want to slash around in the back of Social Security and cut whatever you want to cut? Go right ahead. I'll just tell the world we're getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse, and so it's fine. Even though it's not waste, it's not fraud, it's not abuse. They are lying about the facts. Okay, here we go. Listen to what he says.
But when I saw the Social Security numbers, I said, wow, that's really something. So we have, let's just go above 100 years old. We have millions and millions of people over 100 years old. Everybody knows that's not so. We have a very corrupt country, very corrupt country, and it's a sad thing to say, but we're figuring it out. Now, the good thing about Social Security—
I agree, man. Ain't that damn many people, dude. There's not that many people over that are still getting it. Yeah, right. How do you not catch that? Isn't there something? Shouldn't there be something that you could set, some kind of automation you could set it to where it could be a certain age anyway, like 90 something or 100? Why would he go to 150? That sounds like some bullshit. BJ, what you think?
I can see the point of it being BS.
And what I read is if you take all of those numbers off, because they're obviously fraudulent or incompetent, but if you take all of those millions of people off Social Security, all of a sudden we have a very powerful Social Security with people that are 80 and 70 and 90, but not 200 years old. You know, so it's a very positive thing. How about over here? Yeah.
So he goes out there and repeats Elon's lie. Now, I don't know. Maybe he's dumb enough to believe it when Elon tells him, but Elon, I'm convinced, is lying. Elon knows it's not true that there are 150-year-olds getting Social Security. Okay, so let's dive into this a little more. The lie is now being spread far and wide, y'all. So here we go. President Trump has directed Elon Musk and the Doge team to identify fraud at the Social Security Administration. They've not dug into the books, but they suspect there are tens of millions of deceased people who are receiving fraudulent Social Security payments. So now all these idiots are spreading a lie. What's the reality?
What does being a ski freestyle world champion and a career at GF have in common?
Here we go. Wired says, no, 150-year-olds aren't collecting Social Security benefits. Elon Musk claims to have found rampant fraud in the Social Security Administration. There's a much simpler explanation. They explain these systems default to the reference point when a birth date is missing or incomplete, meaning all of those entries in 2025 would show an age of 150. That's just one possible explanation for what Doge allegedly found. Musk could also have simply looked up the SSA's own website, which explains that since September 2015, the agency has automatically stopped benefit payments when anyone reaches the age of 115. However, on Monday morning, Musk doubled down, posting a screenshot of what he claims were figures from the Social Security database to X, writing that the numbers of people in each bucket with the death field set to false. Okay, we actually know. We know the exact fraud rate in Social Security because there's the inspectors general, which actually their job is to look for waste, fraud, and abuse, and Congress gave them that authority, unlike Doge. And there's the Government Accountability Office. So we have real numbers. So from an inspector general audit from 2015 to 2022, Social Security sent out $71.8 billion in improper payments, most of which were overpayments. Out of $8.6 trillion in benefits, that's an error rate of 0.84%. 0.84%. So the thing that he's reading, where he thinks, "Oh, bro, they're getting Social Security up until into that insane age, bro. They're 170 years old, bro." It's literally like when you code it, there's a default that you set it to, right? And that was the default that they set it to. Somebody made the claim, I don't know if this is true, but they say for Twitter, there's a default setting for like 1969. Like, as somebody who, in theory, knows coding, should understand that, but he doesn't. The other thing is, like, some of the data is kept at the state level, some of it at the federal level. And so, like, at the state level, they know all the birth years of all these people. At the federal level, it's not in the actual spreadsheet. It's not among the information. But that doesn't mean that, oh my God, we're sending out payments to 150-year-olds, and oh my God, there's tens of millions of people that are committing fraud. That's not true. As I said, 0.84% is the fraud rate for Social Security. Guys, again, I want to reiterate this. Trump might be dumb enough to believe this lie. Elon Musk is not dumb enough to believe that lie. I think Elon Musk knows he's lying. He knows he's lying. He's certainly been around somebody who knows, well, hold on, that's not true. In fact, to the extent anybody at the Social Security Administration is still there, if anybody on the Doge team or Elon Musk himself said, why are we paying people who are over 150 years old? That person would tell them, we're not. You just don't understand the coding. We actually know the fraud rate is 0.84%, but I got one better for you. You ready for this? How did they see these numbers being abused? Looks like mostly to use as fake Social Security numbers to work and pay employment taxes. So there's a fraud issue to address, but does not appear to be one of sending fake Social Security payments. So in other words, the actual fraud that's being committed, again, 0.84% fraud rate for Social Security. So there are some overpayments going out, to be fair, right? But the actual fraud is that it's very likely illegal immigrants use someone else's Social Security number to pay in $8.5 billion into Social Security. And they never see that back. They never get that back. Every time you dig into these issues and you learn more about it, you will be fucking floored. You will be astonished at either how stupid these right-wingers are and MAGA is, or how much they lie. But if you dig into any of these issues, you find out very quickly, like, oh my God, they're just completely and utterly full of shit. And
shout out to Secular Talk, man. Check them out. You know what I'm saying? I got a couple things on here. A couple more videos, man. Shout out to Professor Black Truth. Check out the subscribers channel. You know what I'm saying? Check out his content. Let's get into it, man.
Because of unlawful bias and without regard to their actual ability to repay, said Assistant Attorney General Kristen Clark of the Justice Department Civil Rights Division. This guidance reminds lenders that denying someone access to credit based solely on their actual or perceived immigrant status may violate federal law. I mean, look at all the qualifiers there. Going out of their way. This is to remind you that if you're denying someone access to credit based on their actual or even perceived immigrant status, that may violate federal law. Now, what's that meant to do? That's meant to put a chilling effect on them. if you're looking and going, wait a minute here, this person's not even in the country legally, what are the chances that this person gets the money and they just skip town? Well, you can't consider that. You can't think about that. That shouldn't even matter. You better not think about it. You're violating federal law. Federal law for people who are not American citizens. So when you have people from foreign countries who come to the US and get loans easily and then use them to start their businesses, to buy homes, and then they tell Black people like you and me that we're lazy and that they just work harder than us. Remember, these same banks redline us and openly discriminate against us. And then when we routinely remind them of all the laws and policies and the rules that have been passed that give them their opportunities, they deny it outright and claim that they haven't benefited in any way. Why? Everything they have is the result of their own hard work, dent in industry, and it certainly wasn't the result of the dominant society giving them anything. Why? That's ridiculous. You see, this is why all of these groups have had no interest in any so-called alliance with us, because as they saw it, they were already in an alliance with white supremacy. And for a while, it seemed like they were right. So when they talk about how I came to this country with 2 pennies and I built a business, and if you haven't, it's because you're just lazy. You see, they always leave out the part about the easy loans that they were given and all the benefits that they received too that were baked in the cake, set aside for them simply because they were immigrants, and the hands-off policy that the U.S. government had regarding them. It's the same way that white society leaves out things like the Homestead Act and the countless veterans benefits that white GIs received after both world wars that Black GIs were categorically shut out of, and how the suburbs were built with Black taxpayer money, and then the government allowed racial covenants, redlining, and discriminatory housing pricing to freeze Black homeowners out of these places that our taxpayer dollars were used to build, and the tons of other white-skinned benefits that other people received that we didn't. And due to these massive billions of dollars that have been given, this has allowed these immigrant enclaves to not only become established, but also to thrive. This is what's allowed people to have such immediate upward mobility that Black Americans have been prohibited from having. And I'm sure you noticed that our friend Kristen Clark was the person who made this statement. She's also the child of immigrants, and here she was using the bully pulpit of the Justice Department's unlimited resources to threaten lending institutions and tell them, if you consider somebody's legal status in the country when giving them a loan, if you decide that you're not going to give them a loan because they're in the country illegally, well, we're coming after you. So in other words, you got to give money to them regardless of if they're in the country legally or not. And even if the person, if you decide to overlook their illegal status, if they say, well, Kristen Clark, I didn't get that loan. Sure, I don't have any papers, and sure, I broke into the country, but I didn't get that loan I was looking for. You need to go ahead and sue that bank. Guess what? She'd be all over it. And if anyone were to point out, hey, the people who are claiming that they've been discriminated against because they're in the country illegally, they are in the country illegally. That's a crime in and of itself. And that's what's supposed to trigger a deportation. Their very presence is illegal because they didn't have any sort of paperwork, which means, of course, their presence is illegal. That's what undocumented means. They decide to use undocumented because they felt that illegal was a tad bit too direct. Oh, by the way, on a side note, Elon Musk, for his own personal reasons, is attacking the CFPB. Now, you have the left corner of the white media going into hysterics about him doing this, saying that this agency is vital to protecting American consumers, but by their own words, the CFPB has dedicated itself to helping people who are not Americans at all. Now, of course, this doesn't mean that we root for the racist little reprobate from South Africa. What it does mean, however, is that we recognize that, as Neely Fuller said, white supremacy believes in taking both sides of the conversation. So in many instances like this one, there isn't anyone to root for. So we won't. But what needs to be understood is that the success immigrants have had has been because the politicians have engineered it into the laws and the policies that they've passed, as well as how they carry out their own offices. Black Americans.
That's so true. That's the whole reason that they brought them over here in the 80s, I think, to replace us. You know what I'm saying? To have them operating in commerce. You see what I'm saying? Taxing them, hitting them, playing them under the table. Having them do work for way less money. See what I'm saying, BJ? BJ.
Americans, on the other hand, have been categorically locked out, while people who are not in the country legally have been given ready access to all kinds of money and benefits, both from the government and from private business. And yet we're told by these exact same groups that they just work harder than we do. and that the reason that they can leapfrog black people is because they have a superior culture, superior work ethic, etc. But of course, the government's own words say otherwise. Black Americans have not at all been lazy. We've been the hardest working group here. We've been categorically shut out of these opportunities that we made possible. Now, when it comes to protesting the immigration crackdown, there's been some modest protests, mostly in large cities, but it hasn't amounted to anything. Only a few hundred people at most attend, and this is in the big cities. And when you look at the crowds, you see practically no black faces at all. What that means is a critical mass of black people have gotten the memo. We, foundational black Americans in particular, are not getting involved in this. The people who the orange man is targeting are the ones who told us for generations that we're lazy. And when you have people who are marking themselves as white on driver's licenses, and job applications, and on census forms, well, at that point, you don't get to claim racism is the reason this is happening. You see, that's what a lot of folks have been trying to do. They want to have it both ways. And that's what apparently black Americans made possible. But by withdrawing, or at the very least saying, hey, leave us out of this, that eliminates their ability to claim that it's about race. And they were the ones who wanted to claim that they had transcended race and race wasn't a problem. Okay, keep that same energy now. You don't get to say that race is a problem now. Now, a lot of them, though, they're suddenly remembering, wait a minute, this country is racist. No, it's not. You guys claimed that you were the proof that America was not some racist country, that black Americans were just making it up. Okay, well, in that case, then, since we were making it up, I'm sure you'll go ahead and stick to your story, right? I'm not trying to draft anyone onto my team. If people want to consider themselves to be whatever, then so be it. They believe propaganda like Amy Chua's book, The Triple Package, where she was trying to claim that Asians were superior to black people based on culture, so be it. They believed clowns like Thomas Sowell and others who claimed that these other groups were accepted by white power and that those pesky FBAs were only complaining because they didn't want to work hard like these other groups do. Fine then. Keep that same energy. Stick to those talking points, because white power is not listening to any of that talk about superior culture or about hard work or Amy Chua's talking points about, well, these people have superior work ethic to black folks. Man, these white supremacists don't care about that. White supremacy was not based on hard work, Denton industry. It was based on ruthlessness. It was based on thievery. It was based on lies. And for the people who are confused in all this, why is it that black Americans have made it very clear that they're not going to be putting on the cape for anybody? Well, just understand something. We're not going to be allowing anyone to use the civil rights movement to justify their agenda. The civil rights movement was very specific to a specific group of people. And to compare migrants, legal or otherwise, to Dr. King, the Freedom Riders, civil rights marchers, or anyone else is ludicrous. Dr. King and the civil rights movement, they were not migrants. They were not people from outside the U.S. They were people whose blood runs deeper than anyone else in this land. What's going on here has nothing to do with the civil rights movement, and we will not lend the good offices of our struggle to anyone else's agenda. We allowed too much of that already. The reason black Americans are not getting involved is because we've always put on the cape for everybody else. We've always had some attention-seeking fools out there, usually tethers, claiming to speak for us, whenever other groups are sitting here fighting for their privileges and opportunities that they actually get. We always have some fool out there falsely saying that black Americans side with the people who came to the U.S. illegal or otherwise, overstayed their visa, always trying to make us into the mascot for everybody else's agenda. And the white media would make sure to put the camera in front of those very individuals. Well, now those same tethers are getting targeted too, which I guess explains why they're suddenly not so eager to get in front of the cameras. And if black people don't stand up for these other groups, nobody else is going to. We always take the slings and arrows and daggers and knives that everybody else has thrown at them. We always try to play super Negro and save the day for everyone else, only for them to turn around and call us nigger afterwards. And that's the reason why black folks have said we're not getting involved. We thought that we were proving ourselves to be good allies with everybody else, but in the end, it takes two to have an alliance, and nobody wanted to be in an alliance with us. That's just the reality. Everyone wanted to come to the U.S. to enjoy the world's most powerful economy that we built and made possible, and to enjoy the rights that we fought for and died for, and the laws and programs that we fought to get passed. And then when they felt they had a foot in the door, they sided with racists like Ed Blum and Chris Rufo and the Republican Party because they thought that they would form an alliance with the white supremacists. And their problem isn't that they see the error of their ways. That's not what's going on with these people who are having buyer's remorse. Their problem is that their brilliant strategy to get over at our expense didn't work. That's their regret. When Peter Liang murdered Akai Gurley, you had nationwide protests. You had Asians literally cross the country. Well, he just made a mistake. He certainly doesn't need to be charged. Now, why would any quote-unquote minority be out there cheerleading for the police to be able to kill somebody and not be punished? Why? Because as certain individuals like the Dinesh D'Souza's, the Amy Chuas, and the Michelle Malkins, all of them on the payrolls of these white conservative think tanks, they've been saying for the longest time that basically they had proven to themselves that they were basically more or less white adjacent. And as a result, they were demanding the same genetic immunity from law that the dominant society enjoys. This was supposed to be their entree into those kind of circles. As far as they're concerned, wait a minute, you're supposed to be making sure that we don't get punished. I mean, they only killed a black person. If you're going to be prosecuting Peter Liang for killing Akai Gurley in cold blood, well, if he's not being given an exemption from the law, then what does that say about the rest of us? And this is the reason that black people are not getting involved. What's happening is you got a bunch of people who are finding themselves being targeted by their former allies. That's what's happening here. People wanted to ally themselves with white power. Well, they need to go tell the Stephen Millers and Ed Blums and Chris Rufos and the other reprobates, hey, we're all on the same side, remember? Tell them that black people are lazy and dumb and beneath them and inferior culture. Repeat all the canned anti-black racist talking points that they've been saying for over a century now. All of that.
That's true. He's right. You know, these people are paid, even Candace Owens, these people are paid by these conservative think tanks, you know what I'm saying, to talk and spew that BS nonsense that they be talking. And it's always against black people, you know.
Racism that they bring from their home countries, all of that anti-black bigotry that they bring here, go ahead and repeat that stuff. Surely that will stop ICE from coming and getting them. And surely that will cause all of these mouthpieces on the white right to finally stick up for them, right? Surely that will do it, right? Black Americans have been warning about this for the longest time. And now that that day is here, what do they expect us to say? The deportation laws need to be enforced. And if anybody wants to claim, well, haven't we heard that Trump intends to bring some South Africans here? Man, the South Africans, the white ones over there, they happen to be living off the fat of the land. Those people are still living as good as they ever did under apartheid. That's the reason why you don't see them in a hurry to get here. All that garbage about, oh, they're persecuting the white South Africans. Man, those people are the most pampered, comforted, wealthy, oppressed people on the planet. That's me being sarcastic. They're not oppressed at all. It's the same old whining that we always heard from the dominant society. Lies. That's their stock and trade.
Right.
So, by the way, even if they were making some sort of exception and saying, well, we're not going to be deporting white people, at least not en masse, we're not going to be. Well, the only thing I would say to the Asians and the Hispanics and the Africans and Caribbeans is, what did you expect? We told you that white power was not going to be applying the same leniency to you that it does to those that it classifies as white. We have been warning about this for decades. And people thought to themselves that as long as they dumped on black Americans, and even the people from Africa and Caribbean would do the same things, everybody thought to themselves, hey, we know what the rules of racism are. People have known about it ever since at least the 19th century. All of those immigrants coming to the U.S. from Europe, from Germany, and from Ireland and elsewhere, they knew exactly what the first rule was. If you want to prove to the dominant society that you want to be on the team, go ahead and show that you have total allegiance to the racial pecking order. And the bottom of that pecking order is foundational black Americans. Show that you're willing to dump on them. Show that you're willing to say that they're lazy and stupid and all the rest of it. Go ahead and repeat every anti-black talking point that you've had handed to you by white supremacy. If you do that, you'll be on the team. You'll be white supremacist adjacent. And this was the result. That's the reason why black folks are not putting on the cape. And I'm not sure why that bothers anyone. After all, black Americans are lazy. Black Americans are dumb. Black Americans don't want to work. Oh, black Americans are all criminals. Black Americans are all this, that, and the third, everything negative. And they teach that in their home countries. They start doing this stuff before they get to the U.S. This is what they say about black Americans in their home countries. When they have not met a black American and no black American ever did anything to them, we didn't do anything to these people. And yet they attack us and assail us nonstop. Okay, that being the case, if black Americans are so dumb and lazy and no work ethic and inferior culture and all criminals like that, you shouldn't mind black Americans sitting this one out, because after all, black Americans wouldn't have been much help anyway, right? Right? Everyone's trying to get us to get involved. They want us to lend our voices to this because everybody recognizes that there is no substitute for the moral legitimacy that foundational black Americans represent. When we step forward, everyone recognizes that we define who and what is the right side of the issue. For 500 years, we have been the fulcrum upon which history is turned. For half a millennium, we have been the ones who have been defining the right side of the issue. When it comes time to talk about the longest, the most sustained, and highest regarded freedom struggle in the history of humankind, they're talking about us. That's why everybody tries to compare themselves to us. And now people are shocked and confused because for the first time in decades, we've said, you know what? We're not going to have that anymore. Everybody needs to compare themselves to themselves. You had groups who cheered when we were being mistreated, and they also cheered when it was done in their home countries and said, oh, well, there's no racism here. You shouldn't be trying to compare what happens in America to our countries. Okay, fine, then. Don't compare what happens to America to yours either. In many cases, you had people who took part in that mistreatment. Well, we're not going that far. We're not going to be taking part in anybody's mistreatment. In this case, we won't be cheering on Musk, and we're not going to be throwing any ticker tape parades for ICE either necessarily. And if there's still anybody who insists that we need to stand up and step up for some sort of minority coalition and that we have some sort of obligation to support other groups in this case, the only thing I have to say to that is we are supporting them the exact same way they've always supported us. Good day, and
yo, shout out to Professor Black Truth. Check out his channel, like and subscribe. You see what I'm saying? He spits facts. Fire. Very good video, man. Very good video. Yeah, he was on point on that one. All right, so let's see over here. You know what I mean? BJ, what you think about that?
Yo, what's happening, man? It's your boy Papa Doc. Listen, man, please pay close attention to this video I'm about to show y'all, especially if you're a young family or a family in general. You might want to pay attention to this. Check this out.
You have to produce more in every hour than you get paid. Otherwise, this system doesn't work. So for those of you, and I have to tell you this because partly you need to hear it, and partly I admit I get a kick out of telling you. Those of you who think that in a capitalist system, you're never going to work for anybody who doesn't pay you what you're worth, you don't understand the system you're in. That is never going to happen because that's how this system works. So that when you go home at the end of a workday and you feel vaguely ripped off, it's because you are.
Yo, what's happening, man? It's your boy Papa Doc back with another video. Make sure y'all like, comment, subscribe, and share because sharing is caring and it's free. And I need all the help that I can get. Okay? Listen, if you paid attention to that video I just showed y'all, right? We're talking about living in a capitalistic environment. You must understand that the word job basically means slave, okay? You must understand that this system as a job, employer and employee, is already constructed, right?
Zero math skills needed. File your Fed and state returns free with TurboTax. Pay $0 to file, roughly 37% of
to make you a slave by exchanging your time for money. If I knew then what I know now, and this is why this video is so important, especially to the young families, right? If I knew then what I know now, I did this shit totally different. Us as black folks, right, we take pride in our children going to school. Not all, but most. You can look at the faces. The mom, oh, he going to college. She's went to college, and you must understand, man, in 2025, that shit don't mean nothing. The biggest financial decision this child is going to make, because they're going to come to go to college, 9 times out of 10, by statistics, they're not going to even work in the field that they went to college in. They're going to end up.
I see that. That's the whole point. You know what I'm saying? To get money out of you. Don't get your money. Make it to where you don't get your money worth. Make it to where you don't get the degree, build a degree on purpose. You know what I'm saying? And they wouldn't have, if that was the case, they wouldn't have been outsourcing all these jobs. I mean, think about it. They wouldn't be hiking up the prices of tuition in these colleges. I mean, you know.
35 years old with a wife, a husband, children, paying for a house, and also paying for student loan. If I know then what I know now, I would tell you, which I wish someone would have told me as a young father, as a young mother, start a business. Start that business, hire your children. You must understand these companies, they all put money into school curriculums to make us the damn flunkies and fools to work for their motherfucking ass. This is what I want you to understand. These companies, they didn't start yesterday. They've been started. They've been having this in their fucking families. Why do they want you to not do that? Because they want you to work for them. A lot of us are going to work for companies, especially the big high-up companies, that will never meet the boss. What kind of shit is that? 401ks, they scams. I don't care what you think, how you feel, your ignorance will not save you. It's a scam. Anytime there's a pool of money going on, there's some investing going on. And by the time you get the little money that they've invested, they done flipped that shit 1,000,000 times and made so much money off of your money that if you try to go get, it will find you for your money. It don't make sense. The thing about this is, like I tell y'all all the time, what's the most expensive thing in the world? Ignorance. You're going to pay for ignorance emotionally, spiritually, and you're going to pay for it financially.
Good point.
Ignorance just means you don't know. But if you want to go deeper, ignorance means you ignored it. Right? You ignored it. But as I say, like, all it takes is common sense, bro. We're living in a capitalistic world. This is a corporatocracy. I'm gonna say it 1,000,000 times. The corporations run societies. Look at what Donald Trump is doing. Elon Musk. How can a motherfucker, he's a billionaire, right? Coming to the White House, right? Using that to do business with India. Like, I know y'all just saw that happen. He had the meeting, right, with India right in the White House for his own personal gains. People be voting for this old flawed ass system for what? Black people, especially when black people say shit like, "Oh, our ancestors fought for us to vote." Man, that's a lie. That's the dumbest shit in the world. You think our real ancestors, they're not going to tell you about. Why? Because they control the media. Media is going to always tell lies. They control the banks. Banks are going to always keep your ass broke. They control everything. So yes, they're going to tell you that your ancestors fought for you to vote. That's a fucking lie. Why would our ancestors fight for us to fucking vote for a system that was never designed to help us? This is why we as black people or people in general are going to stay fucked up, because most of us can't comprehend what the fuck is going on. I tell y'all, this is the most individualistic country in the world. I tell y'all all the time, go look up what individualistic means. What's the most individualistic country in the world? America. Every other country works together, collectivism. This is why they teach you to go work for them. I'm telling you now, as a young father or young mother, please, if you're listening, if you just starting your family.
Are those Dunking $6 meal deals? I can get one, right?
You in the band?
No, I'm just hungry, man.
All right, don't tell him, baby. Take this.
Why are you making that a weird deal? What's that?
That's good. See, now people are gonna see. Forget it. You guys be flocking to these things.
Hey, Nikki. Nikki. Hey, Nikki. Hey, Nikki. What's it feel like to die? I really hate dying. Every time. But I was expendable. So getting dumped and burned was my great gift to Meg.
Go get a business. People think pressure washing is some bum shit. The average driveway to pressure wash is $100. If you did 3 driveways a day, that's $300 a day. You're making way more than the average person that's busting their ass, working for another motherfucker, helping another motherfucker build their empire. We could build your own. Because them 3 driveways could turn to 5, or turn to 6, it could turn to 7. But when you working on a job, you could be that bit 10 years. What you got? 35 cents, 75 cents, maybe $1 raise. That's slavery, dog. Anytime you exchange your time for money, let's start being smart. There's only 2 types of people in the world: sellers and buyers. We know who the sellers are, and we know who the buyers are. Us as black folk, we buy everything. And before y'all who make feel away, let's look at it. What the fuck do black people own? We spend trillions. We spend more money than the average person because we are the buyers. We are the consumers. But what do we have? Where are the black shoe factories? Where are the black grocery stores? We spend so much money helping other people become successful and build their empires till we are the ones that's depleted in the end. Come on, bro, that's common sense. This is why when you hear other black people say, I don't like to do business with black people, this and that, woo, I tell you all the time, bro, black folks, we're not in the position, right, to be treated as you would a fucking company that's worth millions and billions of dollars. You can't compare the two, bro. A lot of these people come from other countries with more startup money than blacks. Oh, they gave that motherfucker $500,000 just because they from this country or they with this culture. But black people trying to stretch $30,000 and $40,000 and try to make it work, bro. It's hard on us, bro, and we be hard on each other. I'm not saying to take whatever black people do, or for black person have poor business skills. But what I am saying is, as black owners, businesses, and as black consumers, customers, we all need to put that shit aside and work together. If not, we're gonna stay fucked up, bro. And it's getting worse. You know why? Because people my age and older, we understand, but it's the youngsters that's coming in, buck wild, crazy. Why? Because we don't own nothing. We cannot teach our children because we don't own schools. We cannot show them a representation of what a family look like because we don't own television stations. We don't own Hollywood, no publications. We don't own shit. So before you open your mouth about certain things, you got to look at the position we in, bro. We fucked up, bro. Not just blacks, but people in general. It's just layers. That's all it is. That's all I'm trying to get y'all to understand, man. We ain't crazy or dumb, stupid, or blind people, bro. We just programmed people. We programmed to do the shit we do. We programmed to get up every day and go work for a motherfucking boss that we'll probably never like, obeying what the fuck they say do over our own spouse. Your husband can't even get you to get up and do the shit your boss can get you to get up and do. Think about what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck if you made, man, listen, man, I don't give a fuck if you made $70,000 on this motherfucking job. And me and my wife or me and my significant other working and we made 60 or we made 65. Yeah, you might have made 5 or 10 grand more than us, but guess what? We still can choose to live life. We can take a vacation when we want. We can move how we want. We can live how we want. And trust me, that 60 gonna turn to 120. 120 gonna turn to 300,000, 400,000, and the person can still work that same job. They may get up to 80 grand, but you done been in that bitch 30 years. Come on, bro. This shit is basic math. Listen, man, I don't give a damn what nobody say. If I knew then what I know now, I'm gonna tell you like I wish someone would have told me. As a young man or a young woman, and you about to start your family, get y'all a business.
Here comes trouble.
All that shit about let your churn do what they want to do this day life. They can't do a motherfucking thing if they don't have the money to do it, right? They can't do nothing if they tied to this job over here, right? But you got a business that you done started, been working on it for 5, 10 years, now making an X amount of money. This is what you call freedom. You can't go to war unless you got your money right, not in America. Come on, people. Invest your money. Invest your money. Stop letting these people throw all this flashy shit in front of you and you want to go buy it. If you can afford it, go get it. But a lot of times we spend money we don't have, buying shit we don't need, trying to impress people we don't know. I'm telling y'all some real shit. I'm going to give y'all one good tip before I get up out of here. What I want y'all to take from this video is start your business, okay? Get you somebody who you can do life with that can help you and not come to you by who's having sex with who online and taking all these want-to-be fine pictures on. Man, fuck all that. Get you somebody who can say, baby, I did my research on this daycare center or I did my research on XYZ. Build an empire, okay? You can't be of the world because this world would mislead you all day. Fuck that. You better use your common sense. Start your business for one. And for two, I'm gonna let y'all go after this one. If you made it to the end of this far in this video, thank you. But income tax time. Say 2 of y'all together, you and your spouse. Say y'all made, let's say 6,000 together, right? 6,000, y'all got 12 grand, right? Let's make this even. Let's do it like this. Let's say y'all made 16,000. Y'all got 16,000 back together on income tax. 6,000. Say y'all spent 4,000, caught up on your bills and stuff. Y'all got 12,000 left. Take $1,000 a month out of that 12,000 until the following year, and you get your income tax again. Now you got an extra $1,000 coming in your house. Don't go spend that money on no bullshit. Oh, you want to upgrade your car and all that, bro? Don't go spend $40,000-$50,000 on the car. And you only driving 10 miles to work. That don't make sense. This is chess, not checkers. If I knew then what I know now, trust me, I did it totally different. Let your children be your employees. Let your children be your employees. That way you teach them the business, they learn the business, they become the business. And when you're in a position where you can't move around no more, they can run it. This is just common sense, man. Listen, hopefully I reach somebody with this video. I love y'all. Y'all know y'all my people. I love y'all, man. I get a little emotional sometimes because I just don't like the fact that we have been taken advantage of in our life. Think about that, bro. But like I say, man, put your comments on the bottom of this post, this video, I'm sorry. You know, share some similar experiences, some of the businesses y'all probably been doing with other people, how that's going. And like I say, man, we just here to learn from each other, man. I don't say working is a bad thing, but working for your life, rest of your life, that's fucked up. I ain't gonna never agree with that because I know I wouldn't want you to waste your life on trying to keep up with what America says we should or shouldn't do, because they have an agenda in place and they're going to use you to help that agenda come to reality. Listen, man, it's your boy Papa Doug. I love y'all. And like I tell y'all all the time, in order for you to be found, you must first be lost. And make sure y'all hit that share button.
Reached the North Pole first. A black scientist revolutionized blood banks. And the first black woman millionaire? It wasn't who you think. These hidden black history facts will change how you see the past. Ever heard of the first black pilot in the U.S.? Probably not, because history erased his name. Emery Malik earned his pilot's license in 1912, but when World War I came, he was denied entry into military aviation simply because of his race. And what if I told you that 2,000 years before Europe's Industrial Revolution, an African civilization was already smelting high-quality steel? The Haya people of Tanzania were perfecting steel production in 200 BCE, long before the West. Speaking of early pioneers, did you know the first black lead expedition to the North Pole happened in 1909? Matthew Henson, an explorer, reached the North Pole with Robert Peary, but because of his race, history books barely mention him. Now let's talk about world-changing black inventors. If you know anyone with kidney disease, you might want to thank Dr. Georgiana Simpson, one of the first black women to earn a PhD. She helped develop the first home dialysis machine, making kidney treatment more accessible for millions. And did you know that a black woman was one of the first female architects in America? In 1942, Beverly Lorraine Green became the first licensed black female architect, working on projects like the United Nations. Now let's talk about sports history. Ever heard of John Baxter Taylor Jr.? Probably not, but he made history in 1908 as the first black American to win an Olympic gold medal in an individual event. Meanwhile, the Old West wasn't just cowboys and gunfights. 1 in 4 cowboys was black. Hollywood erased them from history, but black cowboys played a major role in taming the frontier. Back to innovation. Have you ever used a disposable syringe? In 1974, Phil Brooks, a black scientist, patented the first disposable syringe, revolutionizing medicine and making procedures safer worldwide. And what about the light bulb? Thomas Edison gets all the credit, but Lewis Latimer was the one who improved the filament, making light bulbs last longer and cheaper to produce. Golfers, this one's for you. The first automatic golf tee? That was invented by George F. Grant, a black dentist, in 1899, changing how golf was played. And when it comes to life-saving medical advancements, Dr. Charles Drew changed the world by developing blood banks and plasma storage, saving millions of lives. Now let's talk black millionaires. Many think Madam C.J. Walker was the first black woman millionaire, but in reality, it was Mary Ellen Pleasant. A formerly enslaved woman, she built her fortune through real estate and investments during the gold rush. And speaking of fearless women, Bessie Coleman became the first licensed black female pilot in 1921. But she had to go to France because no American flight school would accept her. What about life-changing medical technology? Dr. Patricia Bath invented a laser device that became the basis for modern laser eye surgery, helping millions regain their sight. Let's talk civil rights. The March on Washington in 1963 was organized by an openly gay black man. Bayard Rustin played a key role in Dr. King's famous march, despite facing discrimination not just for being black, but for being gay. And what about the first feminist newspaper? In 1892, Josephine St. Pierre Ruffin founded The Woman's Era, the first newspaper created for and by black women. Speaking of early black towns, Nicodemus, Kansas was the first all-black town, founded in 1856 by formerly enslaved people seeking true freedom. And did you know that the first black woman to run a newspaper was Mary Ann Shadd Cary? She co-founded the Provincial Freeman in 1853, using it to fight for abolition and racial equality. Let's go back even further. Washington, D.C. wouldn't exist without Benjamin Banneker, a self-taught mathematician who helped design and survey the city in the 1700s. Now, let's talk military heroes. During World War II, the 761st Tank Battalion, nicknamed the Black Panthers, helped defeat the Nazis and liberate concentration camps. And speaking of financial history, did you know the first black-owned Wall Street brokerage firm opened in 1950? Ariel Investments led the way in pioneering black wealth in finance. Now, let's talk hidden black contributions to U.S. history. A black man helped build the White House. Philip Reed, an enslaved craftsman, played a crucial role in constructing the U.S. Capitol and casting the Statue of Freedom. And what about the first black FBI agent? James Wormley Jones became an FBI agent in the 1920s and infiltrated the KKK. When it comes to sports history, the first black heavyweight boxing champion was Jack Johnson, who won the World Heavyweight Championship in 1908, despite racist threats and death threats. Now, let's talk modern tech. Dr. Shirley Ann Jackson contributed to caller ID and touch-tone dialing, changing the way we communicate forever. And when it comes to transportation, did you know the first black-owned car company was founded in 1916? C.R. Patterson & Sons was the first and only black-owned car manufacturer in U.S. history. Now let's talk groundbreaking medical discoveries. Dr. William Augustus Hinton.
You see how they're trying to, they keep all this history hidden on purpose, y'all. Unfortunately, it's sad, just to keep us in that they tell you about some slavery bullshit, but they don't tell you about this.
Helped develop the Hinton test, which was used to detect syphilis and later adapted for leprosy research. And did you know Thomas L. Jennings was the first black person to receive a U.S. patent in 1821? He invented the dry cleaning process, something still used today. Speaking of tech, Evelyn Boyd Granville was one of the first black women with a PhD in mathematics, helping create early computer technology. And what about everyday inventions? George T. Sampson patented the first automatic clothes dryer in 1892. And if you've ever mailed a letter, thank Philip Downing. He invented the first street mailbox with a hinged lid to protect letters from rain. Finally, let's talk NASA history. Dr. Mae Jemison became the first black woman in space in 1992, inspiring a new generation of scientists. And Dr. George E. Alcorn helped develop early touchscreen technology, influencing modern smartphones. From blood banks to computers, black pioneers have shaped nearly every part of our modern lives. Which fact surprised you the most? Drop a comment below.
Man, that's a good video, man. Y'all, you know what I'm saying? But I don't doubt my people, man. We just got caught up in this system, you see what I'm saying? In the systematic oppression that this corporate government called the United States Corporation has put us under, you know what I mean? That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. You see what I'm saying? No. Nothing more, nothing less.
BlackRock really is the opposite of Donald Trump in so many ways. You're authoritarian, you're anti-populist, you're top-down. Are you going to change it all in light of the U.S. presidency? How is Donald Trump? Have you talked to Donald Trump since he was elected? Is the World Economic Forum a counterpoint to Donald Trump? Why are you running away from simple questions? Just answer a question. Have you talked to President Trump yet? Why are your bodyguards pushing away journalists, Mr. Fink?
They're simple questions. Is it that hard to answer a question that you need bodyguards and to swerve through traffic? Is the next 4 years going to be bad for business with Donald Trump in charge? Is peace the last thing you want on this world?
Which makes more money for you, war in Ukraine or peace in Ukraine? Ezra Levant's my name, Mr. Fink.
Did you just take a photo of you?
Am I supposed to be scared? Is that a threat, Mr. Fink?
Are you used to bullying your way through life?
No.
Is that how you've lived your entire life without having... Look at this. Don't push back, mate. Don't push me, bro. Don't push me.
When was the last time you answered a question that you didn't know was coming? Why are you so unaccountable? Isn't that what you love about the World Economic Forum? You control everything.
Why do you think you deserve so much power? Hey, Avi Yemini, should I be scared now?
Which of your former directors do you want to run Canada? Mark Carney or Chrystia Freeland?
Push me, bro.
Yo.
What are you getting violent for, man? I could push just like you can, man. Look at these thugs. They fund wars around the world and then you question them. They try not only to intimidate you, but physically assault you.
What's with taking photos of journalists who ask you prickly questions?
Who's more powerful, you or President Trump?
Yo.
Why do you think you're so disliked around the world?
Why are so many U.S. states divesting from your ESG schemes? Why are you putting your ideology ahead of your investors with ESG, Mr. Fink? Isn't that being disloyal to shareholders, putting your ideology ahead of rate of return? Why do you think you're above accountability? Is it because you're rich?
I just feel like walking with him now because his big scary bodyguards. And I don't know, Ezra, I just want to make it clear I will not kill myself.
I have no suicidal thoughts either. Mr. Fink's taking pictures of me and Avi Yemini. I think that's meant to intimidate. It's a little weird, though. It feels a little thin-skinned. Do you think you're above questions? Like, why don't you even answer? Surely you have the answers. Why do you think BlackRock has become so hated, one of the world's most reviled brands? Do you take any responsibility for that? Who do you feel accountable to? It's obviously not shareholders. Do you have a God complex?
Was Biden the best thing for you? And did you fail by not being able to get another Democrat president?
Why don't you run for public office and test the support for your ideological ideas?
Is this the most uncomfortable you've ever felt? Do you think this is okay? You're a security guard, a thug. You sure? Obviously you do. You took my photo because you're hoping he'll catch up with me later. Is that supposed to scare me?
Have your bodyguards learned from you to disrespect the little people? Is that how you feel about the little people, Mr. Fink?
Are you not worried because you own the local police?
What politicians have you had meetings with, or is that a secret? Why don't you publish your itinerary? Is it because you're doing lobbying or being lobbied?
Do you think this makes BlackRock look better or worse? The fact that you've got hired thugs pushing journalists into cars, into buildings. Is that just typical? Is that the way you do business?
Doesn't it look a little bit weird that someone as rich, powerful, and smart as you can't answer any questions? Or is it that you just think you're above questions?
That's horrible. Your security guard called that karma. Is that how you feel?
What's the end game for you? You're rich, you're powerful. What's next for you? Do you want to run for president one day? Or do you have bigger goals? Don't push me on the ice. You don't want a lawsuit now, do you?
Do you think there's no point in running for office because you can control them? You can control both sides from outside. Why are you pushing ladies? Mate, where are you from? Why are you such a thug? What are you so angry about in life? Did somebody hurt you as a kid? Who are we going to meet tonight for dinner?
Run away. Run away.
There you go. Well, I reckon that pretty much demonstrates exactly what BlackRock is about.
That weird move. I mean, he's got two bodyguards who are really handsy. There was no punches, but there was lots of pushing. The move by Fink himself to take photos of us, that's weird.
Weird.
I'm not suicidal.
Definitely not suicidal. I feel like let's walk the other way.
You know, normally masters of the universe don't tread on the ground like us commoners. They have vehicles drive them around Davos. But he made the mistake of walking down the street, and I think that's the first time he's been asked unscripted questions ever.
And how angry did he get? First trying to whiz through traffic, which is everything about his behavior was so bizarre. The only thing that seemed to actually come really natural to him was having people do his dirty work.
Yeah. You know, there's some very, very important people at Davos. I mean, John Kerry is an example. I bumped into Tony Blair last year. There are some very powerful people. At most, they have sort of one assistant. There's no need for bodyguards in this town. There's armed Swiss security everywhere. But to have two thugs to push and shove, I think that shows the mindset of Larry Fink himself. And taking pictures of us, I'm happy to tell him my name. My name is Ezra Levance, and I ask questions about BlackRock.
And I'm Avi Yamini. And I'll also ask questions no matter who you have near you. And it's exactly why we're here, wefreports.com. Check out all our reports from on the ground this week. And if you support our work, please consider chipping in for the enormous costs to get here and potentially some security.
Mr. Fink, are you going to follow Donald Trump's plan and get rid of DEI and ESG in your companies? BlackRock really is the opposite of Donald Trump in so many ways. You're authoritarian, you're anti-populist, you're top-down. Are you going to change it all in light of the U.S. presidency?
Man, they on his bumper. That's funny.
How is Donald Trump? Have you talked to Donald Trump since he was elected?
Them dudes burnt out. That's how you do it, though, man. You know what I'm saying? That's Larry Fink. That's a powerful dude. That's a billionaire, man. All right, you got to, you know what I'm saying? Put the pressure on these people. Man, facts. Facts. Excuse me. Dog Boss, you ain't never lying. Hold up real quick, man. I'm about to play another video and I'm about to get off. Let me check this out real quick.
Lips. The straw was when he hit me in the mouth. I had just smashed my girlfriend. I went to go to Corey Hill's room because they stole my Black & Mild. I was already pissed, and I go back to my dorm, and the door is locked. It automatically locks. The dorms, they shared bathrooms. So I was knocking on the door. I thought those other guys next door, my other teammates, was trying to smash my girl or something. I was banging on the door, and then this guy that I got in a fight with, he's yelling. He was on the phone. He was getting kicked out of school. And he was like, "Can't you see I'm on the phone? Well, you need to have some respect. I'm on the phone with my mom." I said, you need to have some respect. You cussing like that, you on the phone with your mom. He jabbed me in the mouth with the phone. I tried to kill him. And his mom heard everything. It was probably the worst ass whooping I ever given anybody in my whole life. Did I ever tell you about what happened to me in college? One of my team.
Damn. Rampage went on a rampage real quick. Rampage. Biden's $475 billion student debt cancellation plan blocked as federal appeal courts issue final decision. Wow. Interesting.
Their son to.
Oh yeah, wait.
Life in prison without parole. We told you back in April, Carlton Guilford randomly two people, one inside a library and the other inside a Quick Trip store. We were in court when the family learned the sentence today, and 2 News Oklahoma's Brody Myers brings us their story. Brody?
Dee Dee Clapp, London Hathcock's mother, spoke on behalf of her son and James McDaniel, who she says has no family around. Clapp and her family are happy to have closure tonight. They say they're leaning on their faith and looking to the positives as much as possible.
I think there was a very, very bright light, and that very bright light was turned out by doing nothing except for being a white man sitting in a library.
Being a white man?
At the wrong place at the wrong time.
That's BS. That's some BS. Man, that man didn't kill the man because he was white. They was white. Come on, man. It already looked like something wrong with the man anyway, to be honest with you. So I don't, what is race got to do with anything?
Prosecutors say the shots were racially motivated. After Guilford Hathcock, he found the next white man at the QT
White
on Pine in
man.
Peoria, killed James McDaniel. Police believe Guilford himself sometime on the way to Quick Trip, but survived.
Shaq, what you think about this, man? He shot these white men because they're white. Wow, that's the narrative they're going with?
Be spending the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. The Clapps are forever changed, and so are the people who she's thinking of them tonight.
The witnesses that will have to live with the reality of what he did for the rest of their lives, and watching it and seeing it.
Tulsa County District Attorney Steve Kunzweiler kept his eyes on Guilford during the sentencing.
Just hoping that just one moment I might get some sense of the gravity of what he has done. And
he did not get his wish.
Your definition of a cold-hearted.
With her son gone, Clapp is thankful he was able to donate organs and tissues to enrich the lives of other people.
It helped a 71-year-old man be able to breathe again and move on. Helped a 35-year-old man have a heart that will go on beating.
Clapp estimates her son's organs and tissue reached more than 75 people. As for Kunzweiler, he told us his office wanted to seek the penalty, but a plea deal provided a speedier outcome, bringing closure to the family, which is what they wanted all along. I'm Brody Myers, 2 News, Oklahoma.
All right. Peace and blessings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Richard Taylor. All praises to the Most High. And this story is about 61-year-old Carlton Guilford. Carlton Guilford was charged initially with 2 counts of first-degree M-words for the acts that you just saw. He was reportedly to walk into the library and shot a 35-year-old London Hathcock in the back of the head. Walked out of the library, and according to the clip that you just saw, shot himself. And then he went to a Quick Trip, which is a gas station. And then apparently shot 55-year-old James McDaniel. And when he shot him, he then shot him again. And reportedly, he just stood there and waited for the cops to come. And when the cops came, he held no qualms about it, telling them, yeah, I did it. And so they initially charged him with just first-degree M-word, right? Then they came back and charged him with a hate crime. Now, let me say this. This happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in the Greenwood district. Now, we all know what happened in the Greenwood district. And actually, this happened about a month before they were commemorating or celebrating. I don't know how you celebrate something like that, but they were memorializing the 102nd anniversary of the all-black Greenwood district that was bombed, destroyed, burned, and many black people lost their lives. Back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, I can't remember. I think it was the early 1900s. Yeah, 1919 or something like that. And so this happened in April, like April the 23rd, 2023. By November of that same year, 6 months later, this man was convicted and sentenced to life. Now, first of all, let me say by no means.
They didn't hesitate. They didn't hesitate to convict him and lock him up. You see what I'm saying? But if it would have been another way around, they would have drugged their butt. You know.
I condone anything that this man did. The Bible is clear. Thou shalt not M-word, right? Thou shalt not do that. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Do right to those who spitefully use you. But one thing that does stick out to me is they came back and charged this man with the hate crime. Now, articles saying are not saying why did they charge him with the hate crime. Even
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Why they charge him with the hate crime? And how could they prove just because he shot 2 white men, it was because they white? I don't understand that. How could they prove that? He didn't say nothing about their race or anything like that. So why would they? Man, that's BS. Jack, what do you think about that? Jack, what do you think?
I need to hear more details because they leaving something out.
Yeah, they are leaving
I'm trying to understand why a man shoot another man, then shoot himself, then kill himself, and then go shoot another man. Well, how they never explained that.
I know, huh? That don't make no sense. You peeped that, huh?
Yeah, I ain't never nobody did that.
And they talking about because he's white. They were white, bro. How can they prove that he did it because they're white, man? You can't prove that. He tried to shoot himself. So did he try to shoot himself because he's black? I'm confused. I don't know, bro. I agree. Not enough detail.
And they're not telling everything in this story, dog.
Oh, you could tell. And they automatically and then they finished the trial in 6 months. Damn, that was quick. They didn't play with him, huh?
Attorney was, didn't release details of why they came back and added that fact to his charges. And in this area, I did some research in this area of Oklahoma.
When I was diagnosed with HIV, I didn't know who I would be.
But here I am, being me.
Keep being you and ask your healthcare provider.
There have only been 5 hate crimes since the year of 2021. And the hate crimes were reported against a gay person, a Muslim person, an LGBTQ, 1 Asian, 1 of multiple races. And then in 2020, they said there was a hate crime against a white person and the offender was black. And so out of all the hate crimes that have been charged in this particular area of America, none of them have been charged, or none of the victims have been black people. And
interesting.
That's what sticks out to me.
You see that, Shaq?
About
you see that?
This.
You see the stats?
When you say Oklahoma, shit,
that's mandatory.
They probably still got them laws that they can kill niggas.
Right, facts.
Shit with no questions asked. They quit, That's why you gotta watch that. You gotta watch that series 1923.
Oh yeah, I just seen what's the name? That's the Bass Reeves one, right?
No, that's not the Bass Reason, but you gotta watch Bass Reason too.
Okay, I just seen the what's the name for the 1923 and it's crazy how you told me that earlier. I just seen they just saw the preview earlier.
You know what? I seen previews, but I didn't know that was the name of that. And I just automatically just clicked on the series. I said, let me see this series. Clicked on it. And I had been that's what those damn short clips was from. I've been seeing on what's the name?
Right.
YouTube and stuff. I was like, what's this from? I hate when they put those shorts up and they don't ever tag with the movie or where it comes from. That's kind of weird. Yeah, but that's them people, man, making their own government. You look at that 1923, bro, and we didn't have a government. Not that. I mean, this police state, all that shit is foreign.
Okay.
They created that, like you said, bro. Just like we just said, they catch so-called runaways, motherfuckers, the indigenous people that they kidnapped and did not want to be in captives and enslaved and no more. So they created a police state to go after them. Created their own law, government. They go after them. So they was capturing people and putting them in women and shit, putting them in boarding houses and stuff. Nuns and convicts, and, man, priests and stuff, beating the Bible into them and stuff. Man, you watch this, Frank, boy, it's gonna piss you off. It's gonna piss you off, bro. And people need to watch stuff like that to see. Not saying everything on there is absolutely true, but it definitely give you an idea of what certain individuals had in the mindset and what a lot of stuff came from. You know what I mean? They whooped and beat the. You might be able to. I don't know. I'm gonna give you copyright or not. I don't know.
You said they whooped the what? We were saying?
I said, yeah, they whooped and beat the damn Bible and Christianity into people, man. And that was not the craziest part is that was not what I don't think that was how it was where they came from. When they brought it though, when they traveled with that, on their conquest, you see what the word, their conquest to settling and acquiring foreign lands and stuff. Yeah, once they settled on lands and stuff. Yeah, if you was there, somebody was there, some of they needed to go. Yeah, they just put people under their motherfucking powers. Making you bow down to their who they say their God is, not your God, their God, or the God. Yeah, it's deep. Deep dog. But yeah, Oklahoma. Yeah, man, they was moving on the territory. All this stuff was Indian territory, man. They moving, obviously Irish people and stuff and other sorts moved on them lands, gave themselves their manifest destination. Or they moving up under that. Because a lot of them, like you said, a lot of them came from poverty from Ireland and stuff like that. They weren't rich.
Good point.
Well, and they're trying to obviously, and they said that in there too. One scene where she said if I gotta beat the Indian out of you or something, because obviously they must have got her like an Indian girl, but she didn't look Indian like us. She looked Indian like the Native American Indian. She didn't look Indian like us, like she was, still. Still, that she was and yeah, they beat them, nuns, they had the nuns and the priests and stuff, teaching them their law, like you said, teaching them how to read the Bible, and certain like you say, political things, science, social studies, teaching them that, Yeah, man, and then boarding school, bro. Oof. It's brutal.
And then boarding schools, right, beat you right, trying to strip the, you know what I'm saying, the culture out of motherfuckers and shit.
Yeah, strip. You had said the exact same word, strip the culture, because they were saying that they pretty much was given dominion to come save you, save this your wild beast culture, you savages. You had a savage culture. How I got a savage culture? You come from far land to come from my land and just claim any and everything. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to be, first of all, you supposed to have came in good faith, and you supposed to have used the laws of the land
Facts.
Treat your neighbor like you want to be treated.
Facts.
Like some of that, see, people got to realize some of that stuff they took from other movies and start confirming and putting it into the Bible. So they took some of that stuff from some other cultures and stuff, obviously, as on their conquest of going and moving around and stuff.
Gold rush, all that shit.
Y'all, oh man, they hadn't gotten to the gold rush yet. They just now, they was the episode I'm on there. They was coming out of the cattle, like they start to see that the cattle cattle industry is kind of that's not alone. You know. Now, how these motherfuckers become cowboys? Somebody had to teach them. These are Irish motherfuckers. How they become cowboys?
Exactly.
How y'all become cowboys in America, bro? Wyoming, they going out to Wyoming and shit. And I'm like, all right. They gave themselves dominion, man.
They did that shit well. See, that's basically a psychological play on people, man.
Mm-hmm.
Stripping you of the culture, you know what I'm saying? You know, like military type shit, breaking you down and building you up type crazy, or building you up to whatever the fuck they want you to be. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this story here, man, ain't no telling, man, what's going on. There's a lot going on up there in that pretty place like that. Yeah, I just don't understand why, if he say he, end up shooting somebody, and then they say he shot himself, and then when he go shoot somebody else, but that don't. And he just sped through that. Then it didn't give you no details.
Yeah, no, you see how they be doing that shit? That shit, I don't see how people don't be noticing that shit. That shit is, I see how these, man.
Hate crime bill that has been legislated.
And he got a hate crime for it, too.
All of the actions that we have seen since the bill hasn't been enacted against black people. You know, you see Chinese people beating black people out of the stores, store clerks.
That's facts.
Unaliving black people in cold blood. Daniel Penny choking my man out on the subway.
Man,
and we can go on and on and on
about Daniel Penny shit?
The crimes of black people. You know, you see Chinese people beating black people out of the stores, store clerks unaliving black people in cold blood. Daniel Penny choking my man out on the subway. And we can go on and on and on about the crimes that have been committed against black people that are clearly hate crimes, but nobody gets charged. And now you have this man. Now, and you saw the news article classify them as randomly shooting people. No, he didn't scream out. The witnesses never said he screamed out, I hate white people.
So how you get charged with a hate crime then? Wow. Shaq, yeah, that's some bullshit.
Hey, sure, man, because like I said, when the areas, man, and them, they govern themselves with they come up with their own, their own laws, man. They shit, A police state, baby. In the police state, they come up with their own laws. We've been living in the police state. People.
Facts. Police state.
Or black power or power to. None of that is documented in any of the accounts of the incident. But yet and still, they are quick to throw the hate crime on this man. Now, also, just take a look at this man. Let's look at this man. This is 61-year-old Carlton Guilford. Just look at him. Now, I do work in the mental health field, and I've been on the streets and been around people long enough to see when something is clearly not right with that man. there's definitely, I wouldn't consider it a hate issue. I would consider it a mental health issue, maybe a substance abuse issue, something. But that man just looking at him, he's looking off to the side, not even looking at the camera. Something is definitely wrong with him, mentally. And the fact that they had the trial, they think about it. In 6 months, there are trials still. I just did a story, about 2 Caucasian people unaliving a black man from 2022. They have still yet to be brought to trial under their hate crime. Now, they were charged with hate crime. But this happened in 6 months, like swift, immediate.
Yeah, they didn't play.
And harsh retribution.
Shaq, they didn't play. They made sure to hurry up and convicted him. You see what I'm
well,
saying?
they probably his attorney or whoever they appointed. Because like in them situations, they just appoint you attorney, a lawyer attorney. And the attorney probably like you said, oh well, put in for a speedy trial, blah blah blah. Right for a speedy trial.
You could tell that dude. Man, you could tell they railroaded that dude, man. They didn't have to do it like that. Damn.
I still don't know what the situation is. I'm just hearing them just make statements. I don't know.
That's how you know they don't have evidence, because it don't even sound clear to us by hearing this shit. What's the real evidence?
That's all the details. They ain't got no more details.
That's what I'm, exactly.
Damn. No histories. You ain't got no priors of getting into it.
Right.
It seems like when these so-called white, start calling like what's the name you call them? YTs. These YTs. These YT people. I be seeing people on YouTube, some of the so-called black I see top category. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean? You YT? Who is YT be? I get it. So the YT, when these YTs, commit those type of heinous acts, you know what I'm saying? That makes sure sometimes you don't know their name, or they try to give you all this side story and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They try to add this little side story to caveat to the. You know what I'm saying?
Man, facts.
But I don't know, man. Like I said, ain't no telling, but it's probably a whole list of that. Like you just named, a lot of that stuff going on, and probably how many so-called YT people they got convicted of hate crimes in that state.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
For this.
Okay, yeah, I had another person ask me this question as well. They asked me, what's the reason? Why did you make this channel? From another viewer, right? And
hate crime. And so my thing is that just listening to the prosecutor, the white man, it was said that, during the trial, the man was just sitting there twiddling his thumbs and never looked up. And the prosecutor's talking about in one article, I was hoping to get some sort of, look of contrition or look of remorse from him, but I got nothing. So, he's a cold-blooded M-word, as you heard him say. Obvious to me, something is wrong with this guy. And it seems like they rushed the trial, to get him hurry up and convicted. But the fact that, and the family in one article was talking about we have to get past race, and these people are expired just because they were white and in the wrong place and at the wrong time. And once again, my heart goes out to anybody who loses a loved one in that manner. But what about when the tables are turned? Where is the swift, immediate, and exact retribution? Where is the labeling of the hate crime bill when the roles are reversed? I don't really see that and a lot of the
I don't see it either.
incidents that
Shaq, I don't see it either, man.
You ain't gonna see it because they wrote their own code that hey,
Facts.
you don't matter.
Right.
Their codes are you don't matter.
Right. Facts.
You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying it's right. I'm saying they wrote their own codes. But hey, you don't matter. Why you think so many of them is in law?
Law. Facts.
So they can put the law down on you.
Facts.
They can put their law down on you. They can add it at any time, take it any of these, like you said, executive orders, any statute, codes, laws and stuff, amendments and stuff on the books. You know,
Facts.
if you notice, they don't take them off. If we didn't move past this race stuff, what these people keep saying all this goofy stuff, then why we still got some of these laws that were created out of racial divide areas? Because they ain't going nowhere. These people, you know what I'm saying? They made these people they enrich themselves off of that. Got into position of law enforcement positions off that.
Stealing of the land, right?
Stealing land, yeah.
Good point. Yeah, they ain't gonna stop. They're getting fat. We starving.
you know, we have covered. And so for the Tulsa, Oklahoma district attorney, you saw him, Mr. Hasenwilder or Rockwilder, whatever his name is. He never specified what made him put the hate crime charges on, you know, Mr. Guilford, who, once again, in my humble lay opinion, from my assertion that, you know, he's something, you know, is off with him.
I don't know. I can't make that assessment. I don't know him. I can't just throw that out there and make that exception either, bro. Because now you know, that's borderline defamation, slander. We don't know. We don't know to make them assessments. Right. We don't know what they did to that man. True. We don't know what they possibly did to that man before, during, after. We don't know.
That's true.
We just hearing it from. That's why they ain't mentioning it too much. Obviously, it's something that they're leaving out.
Right, leaving out. Right.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
I guarantee you, he had a run-in with him before.
Oh yeah. There ain't no coincidence, man.
Nevertheless, he did get life. You know, the family is satisfied, and you know, I guess the courts are satisfied. But you know, this is something that caught my attention because you know they did not hesitate to give this man, you know, a hate crime. But how many other instances where Black people have been harmed and they are quick to say, where race had nothing to do with it? Just like the story you're going to see about the teenage boy who attempted to drown his classmate. They say race had nothing to do with it. So this is interesting to me. I'm always on the lookout for that hate crime bill and who it is used against and used in protection of. And, you know, I think if you look deeply, it's not as clear cut, you know, as used fairly in all circumstances as it should be. But y'all let me know, you know, what y'all think in the comments. Once again, it's a sad, unfortunate situation. I think the guy looks like he has some mental health issues, not really a hate issue. However, once again, I'm on the outside looking in. Y'all tell me what you think in the comments.
All right, shout out to my dude right here. I'm hold on, what's on the pull up? Let's see. Yeah, subscribe to my dude Taylor Housen Publishing, man. But let me see the let me see. Let me go. Hold on. Let me play a little bit of the story he was talking about with the other. Hold on. Man. Shout out to
you. Attack my family. It's going to be the last thing you ever do.
Yeah, I can see it right there.
1923.
1923. That's what you're
Pretty
talking about.
disturbing case of attempted that sparked outrage.
Yeah, that
in
was
the
it. Yeah.
A 15-year-old boy was sentenced today for his role in what prosecutors
out.
called a racially motivated attack. Our NBC 10's Mary Marcos joining us live in Barnstable with the story. Mary, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sheeran was sentenced to 30 months probation, 720 hours of community service. And while his lawyer doesn't deny the attack itself, he claims it had nothing to do with race. Mr. Sheeran, do you have anything you'd like to say? John Sheeran walked out of court a free teen after taking a plea deal, ending his attemptees.
Unfortunately, my feeling was that I always wanted to try the case. I always have great faith in juries,
You only
but
got
it was
probation?
too risky.
The 15-year-old leaves behind an ankle monitor that's been keeping him in Chatham for over a year, as well as the chance for a jury to clear his name.
These people would have cost this kid, who was 15 years old, they come up to him on the streets and call him a racist and harass him, basically, and without knowing anything of the facts.
A black youth told investigators that Sheeran repeatedly dunked his head underwater at Goose Pond in July of 2023. Court documents show that when he said he couldn't breathe, another child called him George Floyd.
There was no racial intent here whatsoever, unfortunately, for obvious reasons. It took on a life of its own in that regard. But you have three young individuals, and
three. There you go, three.
What
Number
happened,
three.
happened.
Sheeran's family was with him in Barnstable Juvenile Court for the sentencing, but they didn't want to talk on camera. His lawyer, Kevin Reddington, says they're relieved.
He can go about his life and finish with his schooling. He's got a great job in the summertime, working on the boats, going to Nantucket back and forth, and he'll have a normal life.
Now, in addition to the probation and the community service, Sheeran has been ordered not to contact the victim, to write a letter of apology, and take a course on respect and resolving conflict. Live in Barnstable, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boston.
Damn. Well, that's Boston. So of course, it's like, oh yeah.
Peace and blessings.
Of course, they're gonna let them white. You know what I'm saying? Look out for them whiteys like that in Boston, baby. That's Boston. This is they, like you said, Shaq. This is their system, baby.
Yeah, man. I got a system, bro. Like, you talking about, get on with this life, bro. This motherfucker almost try to kill somebody and drown somebody, bro. But this is what they do to these young.
Yeah.
This is because these are the young. These are they. See, this is what you gotta understand. These are their young proteges, the mothers and the women and the women of these YT people, these demonites.
Right.
Right. They claim to be the chosen people, but y'all do so much awful stuff to other groups of people, man. And then you soft shoot it and say, oh well, he's a young man and he was, bro, that's a potential, that, like you said, is a potential, you know what I mean? Serial or something going on, because they know that the law is gonna be in his favor. They're gonna protect him. Same with Kyle Rittenhouse. They're gonna protect him.
Oh yeah. So
these little demonites, they're the prodigies.
Even some people we know a lot bad. You know what I'm saying? People protecting
They'll
that.
cake for him. They be caking for him.
Crazy, bro.
And this is the problem why nothing really gets in these situations get changed really. They soft shoot it, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm calling them cowards. There's a lot of cowards, man, out there. You know what I'm saying, on both sides. They want to call it straight one way, but then the other way they hide their hands and shit, and they soft with their tongue. You know what I mean? But they harsh with their tongue when it comes to you, right?
Right.
They harsh with their tongue when it comes to you, though, dog. You skipping school, and if you skip school and get caught smoking weed, they go in on you. Or here you go, mother, got them up in school that's SN people. You know what I'm saying? Committing, mob violence against motherfuckers because they commit mob violence against people and get off. Those are proteges of the parents. They're the proteges of their parents and of their culture. So they don't want to. They're gonna protect that at all costs.
No, they are.
Good, bad, or indifferent. You know what I mean? That's how they roll.
This is not seen as being bad. You know what I'm saying? These motherfuckers is ill like that.
Yeah, self-preservation. You know,
like them doing something to us is not seen as bad. You know what I'm saying?
Oh no, they're gonna ask you, well, what they do?
Like what, motherfucker? You just try to drown, bro. And the motherfucking ball charges and everything. That's how they fucking took it, bro. Wow. So when you do that, so if you would have busted him upside his head, or did something to him, he would the black team would have got in trouble. But then you go the right way, and then you know what I'm saying, press charges against the motherfucker, and this nigga gets 2 years probation, bro. Wow.
Yep. Right. What you got in them situations? Know what you got to do, Frank? In them situations, man, you ain't got to sit on the thing. In situations, either you or me, obviously. I mean, you can't leave it up to the it's the moment you can't leave it up to their so-called court system, because they created the police state and court system for their benefit, so they can rule and have judgment. You know, they try to make it seem like these laws and judgments and rules apply to everybody like equally. It don't. It just not. Never has. Never was created to do that. If it was, then we wouldn't be having sitting in 2025 with these same conversations, same incidents happening.
This type of shit's been going back since. I'm saying, if it's not them, a regular motherfucker, it's the police. It's like, interesting. Oops, my bad. Shit. Get on with his life. Wow, this dude was
right. He can get on with his life. See how nonchalant it was. He even the attorney wasn't even apologetic. He was just like, oh yeah, you just write him a letter, saying, hey, then you're gonna send him to some classes. You know what I mean? Some act right classes. You ain't gonna beat him or nothing. You see, he had the public beating or something.
Right?
But that's what they do you. They make you a public right?
Facts. Move on with his life. I'm gonna play that part back real quick. Let's do it, Brian.
Whatsoever, unfortunately, for obvious reasons, it took on a life of its own.
And them Italian and Irish motherfuckers are so racist. Phrases are so sarcastic.
Hell yeah, they are, bro. They were some of them are some of the most racist toward us, bro. They weren't. Yes, they were.
They so sarcastic with
but
it.
The crazy part is they was put in the areas with us, and they had to learn from us a little bit. And then once they learned a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, these motherfuckers, bro. The motherfuckers, bro. We can't. The beast came out of it. The savage came out of it. It's good.
Facts. Well, you see how sarcastic this motherfucker is? You know what I'm saying?
That's how they roll, bro.
For obvious reasons. I'm trying to be funny with this. What do you mean for obvious reasons? Hey, that's just some racist shit, bro.
Yeah, that's how they roll.
Like he didn't do nothing. Like it was like it was a put. Like he just pushed him or something. Like, bro, come on, man.
In that regard, but you have 3 young individuals, and what happened.
Sharon's family was.
What happened? Wow, they gonna let that go? What happened? Bro? Like you said, bro, these motherfuckers is pathetic, bro. Savages.
With him in Barnstable Juvenile Court for the sentencing, but they didn't want to talk on camera. His lawyer, Kevin Reddington.
Some Irish motherfuckers, that's some race boy. Man. But the women be loving black men though. It's really crazy.
Who?
You know what I'm saying? I said the women be loving black men though. The Irish and the Italian. A lot of the mobsters, like the big daughters and shit, like the old mobster motherfuckers, they be with black men, man. That's no lies. The Irish and the Italian motherfuckers.
Yeah, because in certain situations, they really be some of them be trying to get from up under because they got that strong iron hand on their ass.
Right.
They be, they be loving, black women show a little bit more compassion, kind of
Right.
shit. The motherfucking average type mother, they got this strong hand on it.
Right. Mm. They look at a nigga for like, damn, he's, I'm with a brother. You know what I'm saying? Our women don't look at us
domestic
like
violence. Shit, them motherfuckers high domestic violence in them.
That's true. Our women look at us. Our women look at us like, I don't care if you're a brother or not. You got to be this type of brother. Damn, yo, that's firm, bro. But them bros be like, the mother races, they was like, shit, I just want to be with a black man. You know what I'm saying? That's the interesting part, bro. You know what I'm saying? Our women like, nah, you can't just be no regular black motherfucker. You gotta be the cream of the crop. You know what I'm saying? Whatever I think is the cream of the crop. Just like old girl, you know what I'm saying, on the pop the balloon thing, the short one. You judge by like what you think every black woman judge on. Like, be yourself.
You should have played that clip. You played it?
I'm playing in a little while. Like, be yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Says they're relieved.
He can go about his life and finish with his schooling. He's got a great job in the summertime, working on the boats, going to Nantucket back and forth.
Nantucket. Damn, he be sarcastic.
Right, Nantucket.
Basically saying, oh, he's gonna be having the time of his life.
Mm-hmm.
Working and partying on the boat.
There you go.
He'll have a normal life.
He have a normal life. Yeah.
Bro, that shit, he's them some sarcastic.
Now, in addition to the probation and the community service,
And then what's name? The news motherfuckers just let him say all that crazy. They like, they thinking the same shit.
Sheeran has been ordered not to contact the victim, to write a letter of apology, and take a course on respect and resolving conflict. Live in Barnstable, Mary Marcos, NBC 10 Boston.
Of course.
Can you believe that?
Respect.
15-year-old John Sheeran, who was 14 at the time, that he deliberately attempted on multiple occasions to drown his 14-year-old quote unquote friend in Goose Pond in Chatham, Massachusetts, has been given 30 months probation, 720 hours of community service, and made to write a letter of apology and take a class on conflict resolution. And you hear his lawyer right after they said that, wow.
That racist ass lawyer sounded like that was his grandfather or his dad or something, the way he was talking. Very personal. That was very Shaq, you see what I'm saying? Shaq.
John and his friend was trying to drown the young black man. One of the friends laughed and called him George Floyd. After calling him the N-word and boy. Yet and still, this delusional lawyer says it wasn't racially motivated. Can anyone watching this video, both black and white, really believe that? Really believe that? And once again, this judge.
And you notice the media story, she left out the fact that he said the N-word. She did say the George Floyd part, that was it. She left everything else too. Why did she leave everything else out? You peep that, Shaq?
Yeah, of course. The attorney left it out. Yeah. Why was left out? Why was not?
She was like,
why was not admissible in court and all that? The judge party kicked it out in court and all that, during the trial and all that. See, that's what I told you, Frank. Like, y'all be kicking these judges and shit. Them motherfuckers don't be right either, bro.
Hell no.
Attorney generals and shit, they don't be right, man.
They don't be deserved to be called your honor.
But I don't think that was relevant to this particular case. Really?
Or, but if we talking about the Creed, if it involves the Creed person, they wouldn't be saying that. Damn.
He pled guilty about a month ago, and his sentence was just given 3 days ago on February the 5th. Now, again, this happened in Chatham, Massachusetts, Barksdale, you saw, in which the population is 96.5% white.
Damn.
And 1.9% black.
Hell, bro.
And you heard the lawyer.
Shaq, that's ridiculous. I couldn't be in no place like that, bro. Shaq, I couldn't live in no place like that. 1% black. Nigga, hell no.
You're talking about, well, I would have want to try it, but you know, I don't really trust the juries. I can imagine the racial makeup of that jury. But this man was facing, this child was facing the attempted M-word. And the reason that his name was released, even though he's a juvenile, because he was being charged as a youthful offender, which means he could have gotten an adult sentence. But as you know, the scales of justice tilt ever so slightly when the defendant is white and the victim is black. Now, they said that these 3 children, whom the black child mistakenly thought that these guys was his friend, went to Goose Pond. And the young black boy was riding a bike, and the white kids told him, hey, ride your bike into the lake, knowing the kid couldn't swim. Now, this black kid probably tried to get along and try to be accepted by these white friends who didn't want to accept him. Was like, nah, I can't. It's my brother's bike.
If a man really hated ads, here's what he would do. Day 1, he would install Pi on his computer without spending a...
So the next say, okay, well, you know, that's when they started throwing rocks at him. They started throwing rocks at him, calling him the N-word and boy. Now, at the age of 14, I knew, my classmates knew, my white classmates knew that you don't call a black person boy. So you can't tell me that this young man, this young teen, this young animal, let's call him what he is, didn't know what he was doing was wrong and racially motivated. Nevertheless, the young black man still wanted to be in with them. So he couldn't swim, and he told him that, so he put on a life jacket. He put on the life jacket, waded out into the water, and that is when, once again, they started antagonizing him again, calling him names. Then the white boy, John Sharon, went up to him and put his head under water 4 or 5 times.
Yeah, see, that's,
and when the young black man told him he couldn't breathe, the other man, the other young white child who was not named, not arrested evidently, called him George Floyd. I can't breathe, George Floyd. I can't breathe, George Floyd. Yet and still this lawyer says that there was nothing racial about it. Who do you think you're talking to? Tell me in the comments. My white viewers, I know I got y'all. Y'all need to chime in because this is what we're talking about. The cognitive dissonance when it's definitely racially motivated, and people say, "Well, everything is not about race." Can anyone please?
Everything in the United States of America was built on race.
7782.
You got to stop saying
y'all
that.
watch. Please tell me that
The
this
laws
is not
were
about
created off of race. They were racially motivated. The Constitution may have not been per se to a certain extent, but the laws that came definitely was racially motivated. All the way up until the Dred Scott case. There's people keep still saying that was, you know.
Right.
But the fact that they're not calling you American, you got to be identified by color, allows that right there, lets you know that this is, you know, what it is.
Matter of facts.
You. I won't even, you know, try to convince you of situations like this. And then they said that the children afterwards, when they couldn't get his head under, they were swimming under the water trying to pull him down in the water. So much so that the young brother had to call out for help. And as you see in the next article, a bystander had to jump in, Baywatch style, and come save the young brother. And then the young brother reported it 2 days later. Told the police the same thing that I'm telling you. And the young man, as you see, he was arrested, put on an ankle monitor. As you heard them talking in the news clip, yeah, the ankle monitor has been holding him in Chatham. You know, now he can go on with his life. He has a bright future. He has a job working on and you can
get on with his life, a bright future. The little white boy, the little funny looking Irish boy.
Almost see the arrogance. Go back and watch that news clip. You see the arrogance of that young man. Say, I knew I wasn't going to jail. My daddy knows the judge. That is the definition of racial bias, whatever you want to call it. And I just can't even imagine what happened or what is going through the mind of that young black man. I hope he doesn't hang around his young white friends at Goose Pond anymore. I would hate to see that. But just look at this. Take a listen to this second article right here. This is going to give you more details and let you know that, yes, it was racially motivated, unlike that lawyer tried to say.
16 grams of protein, no artificial anything.
New details tonight about a suspected racially motivated attack in Chatham back in July. A 14-year-old is still in custody tonight as the investigation into what exactly happened at Goose Pond continues. As we find our NBC 10's Eli Rosenberg with the latest on these really new disturbing details. Eli.
And Priscilla, this is a very detailed report. The victim stating what he says happened to him out here at Goose Pond in mid-July. The suspect in all of this, just 14 years old. And those out here today say they cannot believe something like this would happen here. In a remote area, a popular summer hotspot for those looking to cool off. But now, disturbing details just released about an incident that occurred here back in July. Court paperwork saying this started when the victim, who is black, told police he was invited to swim at this pond on July 19th. He added after he got here, the victim telling his friends, who are white, he didn't know how to swim, so he put on a life jacket. Investigators adding the suspect, identified in court paperwork as 14-year-old John Sheeran,
I didn't know
started
that, Shaq. I mean, obviously they weren't supposed to do some shit like that to him, but so they make it seem like it was some motherfuckers he didn't know or something. Right? From the first story.
Boxed at him, calling him a racial slur, and threatened to beat him up. Sheeran's name is being released even though he's a juvenile because he's being charged as a youthful offender. Sheeran, according to the police report, later repeatedly dunking the victim in the pond and swam underneath him to try and pull him underwater. The victim adding he couldn't breathe, and another teen, quote, started laughing and called me George Floyd, obviously making fun of me and showing no remorse. It all eventually ended when the victim yelled for help and someone here on the beach swam out and stopped it. Sheeran, the 14-year-old suspect, was in court late last week and has stated he's being charged as a youthful offender, which means even though he is a juvenile, his court proceedings are public and he could potentially be facing an adult sentence. Those at Goose Pond this afternoon in disbelief.
Anything is possible in today's world that we live in, you know. But kind of hard to believe for here. If this kid is the bad egg that they say he is, good to have him off the street.
That they say he is. What's so hard to believe? You hear this, old brother? You hear this? You hear that shit?
Mm-hmm.
Dude was cool, low-key cool. It sounded like he was cool.
And at last check, the suspect here remains in juvenile custody after that hearing held late last week. Meanwhile, according to the DA's office, the next court hearing for the suspect is scheduled for September 13th. I'm in Chatham, Eli Rosenberg, NBC 10 Boston.
Rosenberg.
So that happened. That article was, a couple of months or weeks after what happened. But there they get real descriptive on what happened. So I don't know if you go back to that first clip, how in the world can that lawyer with a straight face say that it wasn't racially motivated? That is the issue here. When people, most importantly white people, fail to acknowledge clear-cut situations that need to be addressed. This young man needs to be in jail till he turns 18. Just as if the roles were reversed. I had many friends in junior high school who committed crimes of less severity and went to juvenile detention till they were 18, till they were 21. You're talking about trying to take someone's life. And you're walking out of the court with your mom and your dad, looking like a preppy, privileged kid. That is what we were seeing when we talk about this injustice, racist system that allows white people, white children to get away with criminal acts of that type of severity. And as soon as I wipe my butt sideways and somebody said, I'm getting a life sentence, y'all tell me, is this America? Is this how it should be? Is anything wrong with this system? Y'all let me know what y'all think in the comments. 919-587-7782. Peace and blessings.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens.
Interesting. Damn. Yeah, but shout out my dude, man. You know what I'm saying? Taylor House Publishing, man. Definitely some good videos, some good content. You know what I'm saying? Definitely some good content. You feel what I'm saying?
Backdrop fill of, 5 billion, whatever. How many billion in exposure does the FAIR Plan have? A lot. In a nutshell, that is where we sit. And so this fund has basically run out of money. Just no mas. After saying would run out of funds by March, California's last resort fire insurance provider will impose a special charge of $1 billion on insurance companies, which will in turn pass those costs along to homeowners. The first such move in more than 3 decades. State Insurance Department today approved a request from the provider, the FAIR Plan, to impose the charge and ensures it stays solvent as it covers claims from victims of the Los Angeles County fires. Department said in an order by Commissioner Ricardo Lara. Most California home and fire insurance customers will see temporary fees added to their insurance bills as part of the charge, known as an assessment, marking the first time insurance companies will have imposed an assessment directly on customers because they've run out of money. They had too much risk. Everybody knew it. The insurance companies knew it. The homeowners knew it. The homeowners were getting denied left and right. State Farm was pulling out. Everybody else is already pulled out. You've got this FAIR Act, which is basically just high risk insurance. And the way it's set up is it can't even take a moderate catastrophe, let alone a massive one like we just saw. Pacific Palisades, Altadena, just all those communities. FAIR Plan is a pool of insurers required by law to provide fire insurance to property owners who can't find insurance elsewhere or who have been denied. Why were they denied? Too much risk. The insurers, I mean, they're basically just odds makers, right? They're bookies. And they look at they analyze the situation. You know what? We got a high risk fire deal here. Fire has gone throughout this community many times before. Odds of it happening again are super high. And the way that the state of California has capped their ability to raise the insurance rates to cover said exposure and risk, a lot of companies said, no, we're pulling out. So a lot of this falls on the state of California and the way that it is handled fire insurance in general. So now it's going to be super difficult to, number one, get a fire insurance policy. And why is that, if you're in an area that has impact from it? And why is that important? Because you can't get financing. You can't get a loan without insurance. And if you're in a fire zone, lender may require it. The lender is going to require homeowners insurance, right? And if they look and see, well, this is pretty damn close to the fire zone, most insurance companies are going to go, did you see the news over the last XYZ time period? Had the little thing called the California wildfires, and they just went crazy, right? So this is the end result of that. So who's going to end up picking this up? Well, the taxpayers will, because we'll have a little federal bailout, and then the taxpayers will, they will basically subsidize the raise in premiums for everybody. Because the insurance companies, they got to spread out this risk, right? They're going to have to get the money back in somehow. Otherwise, they go bankrupt. And that's literally why you've got the FAIR.
Attention. Were you or someone you love exposed to a CAPTCHA while just trying to fill out a simple
plan in place is because so many insurance companies have already pulled out. There's not enough coverage for all the folks out there. And how many people flat don't have fire insurance? A ton. And they're just basically out of luck. One of my podcasts yesterday was how we had a lot come on the market at $9.99 in Pacific Palisades, and it sold for way over list price, probably $1.5 million. And kind of, that podcast is out there. It goes, I kind of go through all the numbers, and ultimately people are taking massive cuts on what they could have got, had their home still be standing. They're taking massive cuts on what they could have made because they want out, because they know moving forward, hey, I might not be able to get insurance, or I won't be able to get insurance. I've already been denied, can't get insurance, can't rebuild it, don't want to rebuild it, don't want to take the years and years and years it's going to take in a state like California where everything is just regulated absolutely to the hilt. It's one of the reasons that businesses are leaving left, right, and center. Realtor.com, moving from California to Austin, Texas. Another podcast earlier this week. You've just got business entity after business entity leaving the area, not only because you've got, inherent fire risk in an area that hasn't done the normal things like having water in your reservoirs, clearing out the brush, all, basic fire management. And the insurance companies knew this, and the insurance companies had history on their side, which is, hey, fire's going to come through here. So this moving forward, you're just going to have some massive bailouts. There's no other way. And the rich are going to get richer. And I say that from the standpoint of the only people who are going to be able to buy lots are those who are going to be able to build or hold on or hang on. and basically profit from this down the road. This is not a let's sell my lot for $1 million because I'm making a killing. This is I'm selling my lot for $1 million, $1.5 million to get out and to move on and get away from the fire risk. So its customer base has grown. This is the FAIR plan. Has grown dramatically in the past several years as insurance companies have increasingly refused to write or renew policies in the state, citing increased risk of wildfires. It now has more than 451,000 policies. Some of the things that have gone into private insurance companies not being willing to insure in California have to do with the way that California has capped fees on this type of insurance. And at the same time, you've got costs to reconstruct have gone through the roof.
Yep.
So you've got
a
cap on fees that can be charged. Expenses have just absolutely gone up. You've got greater instances of fire actually happening. People are blaming, blame the big corporations because they're the ones that are causing all of this climate change. So yeah, let's go ahead and blame your big corporations. But at the end of the day, you need fire insurance. You need to have fire insurance. And if you don't, you're going to go to one of these Fair Plan Act deals where you're paying way more insurance and you're getting way less in coverage than you would through a regular private insurer. But you've been denied with the other regular insurers like State Farm or whatever it is, right? Many LA fire victims have insurance through the FAIR Plan. Residents of Pacific Palisades, where thousands of structures burned last month, held 85% more FAIR Plan policies.
How do I start a savings habit?
How to start shaving a rabbit. If you want a simpler way to build a habit, a BMO savings account.
In September than they had.
And so the regular private health care companies drop them, and they go to the FAIR Plan thing, and they pull some bullshit. Wow.
The year prior, almost doubled, because insurers were pulling out left and right. State Farm had 1,600 policies. I forget what percentage that was. A third of their policies just basically got pulled because the company said, we don't like the odds on this. And you know what? From a business standpoint, the insurance companies were 100% correct.
Yo, I'm about to tap up.
They called it. And now consumers.
Man, you're looking out for coming through. Shout out to information, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Tap in Shaq Wall on IG. Shaq Edwards on Facebook.
Or make sure y'all tap into my boy Shaq, man. You know what I'm saying? We be going live on Instagram, man. Check us out. Dropping all the info, you know what I'm saying? Or word Shaq, salute. Good luck for coming on, man. You know?
Oh, yes, sir.
Word, man. So I'm gonna play a little bit more of this.
Are the ones that are going to have to, bite the bullet and do this bailout, and you're going to have federal bailouts. You're going to have all kinds of bailouts. So otherwise, this just isn't working because the numbers in California, they don't work. Fair Plan Assessment is the latest insurance fallout from the LA fires. State Farm, California's largest property insurance provider, recently asked for permission to temporarily raise its premiums an average of 22%. We covered that one. Because of the claims it's facing from the fires, the insurance department is still considering that request. These insurance companies got to bring more money in because they're spending so much on their exposure because it's happening. Houses are burning down. How many thousand homes went down? 10,000, 12,000?
Well, I tell y'all. Shout out to the channel, man. They're getting us. They're playing us. Nothing for the American people, everything for the rich. You know what I'm saying? So let me play a couple more of these videos and I'm out, man.
אנחנו מחבקים את המשפחות, והלב של אומה שלמה נקרע. הלב שלי נקרע, גם שלכם. וצריך שהלב של כל העולם יקרה. כי פה רואים מול מי יש לנו עסק, עם מה יש לנו עסק, עם איזה מפלצות. אנחנו עוד אוהבים, אנחנו כואבים, אבל אנחנו גם נחושים להבטיח שדבר כזה לא יקרה יותר. מחר יהיה יום מאוד קשה למדינת ישראל. יום מטלטל, יום של יגון. אנחנו מחזירים הביתה 4 מחטופינו האהובים, חללים. אנחנו מחבקים את המשפחות, והלב של אומה שלמה נקרע. הלב שלי נקרע.
All right, man. I didn't think he was gonna be. So now he said that there was 4 dead hostages they're preparing to bring back home. Interesting. Wow. All right, and then let's see. Damn it. Well, let's get into Eric Adams real quick, and I'm gonna get off. Eric Adams. Psyop, man. Eric Adams. Wow. Wow. 21. All right, y'all. Salute, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna holla at y'all. I'm about to get off here. So like, comment, subscribe, man. Doc Boss, Dawson, good looking out for coming up, coming on, you know what I'm saying? Shaq, BJ, good looking out for coming on. Salute. And yeah, I'm gonna holla back at y'all, man. So I'm gonna do a show on Friday or something like that, Saturday, all right? Until then, man, salute, man. All right. Good looking out for tapping in.